And that he believes that communications ought to be the good old-fashioned email and mailing list variety.
Right.
Not that silly RSS stuff that sucks the life out of your screen and your brains as you're watching it all day.
Right. You get no work done.
Speaking of getting work done, let's let him get some work done and show us what he's got to say.
Thank you. Okay, do I need the microphone or can we?
Yes.
Yes? All right. No, sure.
Oh, you're recording. Oh, okay. Great.
How do you want to handle questions? You want people to... Okay, that's fine. Just
Okay, we're actually going to do 3 different topics here. We're going to start with NMAT, which is what we originally were asked to do, and go on to exploit frameworks, and then show a tool called Karma, which will pretty much, if you haven't seen it, you will not want to ever have your wireless card on ever again. Okay, first brief who we are. We're penetration testers for a large financial institution in the Bay Area. We have many years combined experience of pen testing, security, administration, etc. First is a level set. How many people here are in information security? Alright, how many are auditors, just in general? A couple auditors. We find ourselves, and everybody else is administration or tech support or something like that. Okay. We find ourselves kind of in between information security and auditors. Now, information security makes your life difficult by requiring these security controls, like your password must be 8 characters, and uppercase, lowercase, numbers, special characters. Well, they do that because we have the tools that will break those rather quickly as pen testers. And then auditors hear about it and force information security to do it. So there's this vicious cycle in the information security world that we're a part of. And we kind of like it that way. The images I was asked to describe they're from actually an artist called Don Hertzfeldt. He is a cartoonist and runs bitterfilms.com. He has a lot of funny cartoons, so I like him. That's why I have him on here. Okay, why do you want to use an attack tool? Because that's really what we're talking about. It's difficult to answer in one slide, but I'll certainly try. The best way to ensure patch application. The bad guys don't care about your policy. So you can throw policy at things that says, don't hack me, I have policy, you can't do this. It doesn't matter. Attack tools will help you find those patches, and because the bad guys are using them. It helps you gain a deeper knowledge of your systems. Because once you use an attack tool, you understand how the protocols work, or you hopefully will understand how the protocols work, how the systems function. And it helps you validate that protective systems are there, or disprove vendor claims. Yes?
Will these slides be available online?
Yes, at the end I'll have a URL where they're at, so you can download them, change them out, use your own, whatever. Certainly, as questions, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. We'll take them as we go along. Disproving vendor claims is a big part of what we do as well, because vendors have a large statement that says, we're very secure, you cannot get into this. Well, these tools will help you show that they're not right. Or they'll help you say, we need more protective controls, we need firewalls, we need two-factor authentication. They help you achieve those goals. So while they are attacked and they're used by some of the bad guys, they do have good application purposes. Okay, so I'll briefly talk about attack methodologies. This is something that we use. We do reconnaissance, which we port map. We hunt for documents like around your printers. We'll hang out the water cooler, pull user listing from Yellow Pages, LDAP, Active Directory. Just get information. That's what an attacker's going to do first. He's going to sit there and listen. Then he's going to attack in many ways. Exploit systems for profit, because that's why he's doing it. Or in most cases he's doing it. And then control the system that you exploit without being detected. Now, that's what we normally do as pen testers. We do all three of these. We'll first figure out what your environment is, we'll attack it, and then we'll use it for additional information. To attack other systems, to obtain administrative access, to get to secret documents, whatever our goal is. And normally an attacker that wants to discredit you, be it an espionage or financial gain, those are the same kind of things, but they're going to be much more devious about it. And then of course there are the kids out there that just want to, tag their name on your website. Alright, so let's go into Nmap. Nmap is a cool tool. It's used during reconnaissance. And we'll do a brief port scanning of what port scanning is. Objective is find open ports. Find out what version of software is running. What operating system you've got. Don't get caught doing it, of course, and learn what you have in the network. That's what port scanning does. It helps you figure out what is running. Yes?
What do you mean by don't be caught on the network when you port scan? Is it illegal to do a port scan?
It is not illegal to port scan, but it's very frowned upon. Port scanning is...
Promiscuous mode.
What's that?
Promiscuous mode. It'll look for everything, and if you've got some security people there,
Well,
they're not going to like it.
they're not going to like it.
They'll shut
You
you
may have
down.
a policy that says you will not port scan. If you go into your place of business and run an Nmap tool across your whole environment, they're not going to like it. For many reasons. One, they think you're an attacker immediately, that you're not a very good attacker, but you're an attacker. Port scanning has shown to disable systems. We've run Nmap a couple times in various environments that have knocked over systems. If you read the Nmap mailing list, there are documented people that have run version scan, the OS scan, etc., and this machine stopped responding. Poor design. Again, helps you as a administrator find those things. Unfortunately, it does it very, it just finds those things when you don't want it to. Because you're Nmapping out and you're going, all right, what do I have in my network? And all of a sudden, well, in our case, these high processing systems all of a sudden start failing. That's not good. So, you do have to use these tools carefully, is what I'm saying. There was a InfraGard meeting this week actually, we were talking about SCADA systems, or SCADA systems, the SCADA, and that Nmaps or port scanning would knock those down too. So, you have to be careful. Alright, is Nmap the best tool for this? Yes. It has a long history of development and support, active user base, used in many products. It is a GPL-based code, so a lot of vendors are using it. It is continuously being developed and expanded upon. If you look at the history of Nmap, it started as a basic TCP port scanner. Now it has version scanning, OS detection, idle scanners, etc. It is industry standard, everyone uses it. It's free, open, and well documented. Theodore was supposed to be here, but he couldn't make it. He's very much a proponent of giving out information. So if you ask him a question about it, or you have a problem with it, he'll respond.
Yeah, I was going to say, he just released 4.
Yeah, 401 just came out a couple days ago. Actually, if you watch in the last 3 weeks, it went from 3.9 something to 3.9.9.9 to 4, and then to 401, because little bugs here. And there's going to be a 402 coming out soon because we had another a timing loop error. So, if you keep up to date with Nmap, you'll be a lot better. A lot of the questions you get on the list are, I'm running Nmap 3.53, and it's not working. Okay, well we changed everything in 3.7, so. Okay, so brief history. It came back in '97. It was the Infrac 51, the art of port scanning. There have been many updates. Like I said, OS detection, idle scanning. We'll get into what idle scanning is in a second. Version scanning and ARP scanning. ARP is a new in 3.9.3, I think it was, where if you have a local subnet, we'll actually do ARP packets to figure out who's active, etc. We'll come to that in a sec too as well. Okay, Nmap is also seen in the movies. So, has a long history of being around. Okay, so, the first thing you want to do when you're mapping, or mapping an environment, is who is actually alive? Who on a host base is there and running? Well, certainly you can tell by sending an ICMP, but what if that's being blocked? What if the TCP SYN packets are being blocked? And you can't map it either, but there are many variations that can say, I'm a host, I'm active, but I'm not going to respond on a normal way. Well, mmap still wants to find that out. So, quickest way, SYN probes, TCP SYN packets, where you actually send them, are you there? And you respond, say, yes I am, or no I'm not. ACK probe. Now, a normal TCP handshake is you send a SYN packet, you get a SYN ACK, and you go SYN ACK back, and everybody's happy and talking and talking. An ACK probe, some systems respond and give you a reset. Well, that just says that system's alive because, hey, you responded. So that's an option. UDP probes, so I hate UDP. So, but it is possible to do UDP probes. ICMP echo, of course, the timestamp requests, and the netmaps requests. So, and then the added now of ARP probes. So on a local subnet, he'll do an ARP scan. So you have 3 different ICMPs. You have TCP SYN, TCP ACK, UDP, and ARP. Alright, most valuable TCP ping ports. Well, these, you can use whatever you want. These usually happen to be active on most systems. Yes?
You're missing Microsoft's favorite 4. Is there a reason?
They're UDP.
They're TCP and UDP actually. The reason is because I copied this from Theodore.
Okay.
The other reason is because he probes a lot of real systems.
Right. There's that too. Actually, I like Microsoft because they keep me in business.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, TCP, do you want to send a SYN or do you want to send an ACK? Well, you want to send both because your purpose of mapping is to figure out first who's active. So we don't care whether the port is active, we just care if the host is active. So, UDP, my favorite. Pick a high number port. Why? Well, it doesn't really matter. Anything that responds with ICMP is up. Most things respond with ICMP. The thing with UDP is that when you send it, a packet in UDP that's active, it doesn't respond back. If you don't send the right, header information of what the application is wanting, UDP is just going to receive it and go, okay. But if the port isn't active, most systems respond to the ICMP, port's not active. And it is very unreliable. That's what UDP stands for, unreliable. Okay, echo request, ICMP. It doesn't matter what you use. Echo request is a good one, as always. Like I said, we're just looking to see who's active. Alright, ARP ping only works on the same subnet, of course, because it's ARP. You're sending out, who owns this IP address, and I do. It is very reliable, and it's much faster because everyone responds on a layer 2 ARP requests. It sends raw Ethernet requests, of course, and it is automatically used, starting at 3.9 something or other, by a map if you're mapping your subnet, unless you do the send IP option. So by default, ARP ping is going to be used locally. Okay, so here's the intensive discovery I did. I looked for 10,000 IPs, I did all the ports, I wanted just TCP, etc. I came back with 699 out of the 10,000 hosts on the internet. What this actually does, the IR command is a randomizer. It says, give me 10,000 number of random IP addresses on the internet. T4 is a timing. Source port 53, which says, I'm going to send all my packets as a source port 53, which will bypass some firewalls. Some people used to put 53, they didn't have static DNS servers. So they just allow 53 in from anybody. So that would bypass most filters. Doesn't anymore, because things got much smarter in the last few years. Okay, so let's go on to emission. This is my fun one. We want to find web servers on Playboy.com that may be offering free images. It's overused, but it's effective because it works. Alright, and we're actually not going to find the images, we're going to show you how to find the servers that might have the images. You can use it anywhere. Alright, first thing, find out the networks. Because you've got to know who they are first. You've got to know the IPs. Who is will tell you who they are. Tell you the ranges that Playboy owns. We're only going to concern ourselves with the first subnet. It's a lot faster that way. We'll do it the Katie way first. Do an nmap. P0, which means don't do any ping. I don't care if the host is up or not. We're going to use port 80 because we're looking for web servers. Output to a governable nmap version and give it a subnet range. We found 457 seconds, 35 servers were up. Okay, that's out of 4K hosts. What's the key to comedy? Timing, yes. Okay, so, now we know where the host name is. Well, we know where Playboy.com is. How can we make it faster? Well, you want to know some different areas of the internet, where you're going to be, how fast it takes for a packet to get from point A to point B. And so, an easier way for this is to find other systems in their environment that will respond. Okay, so we have we know MX servers, possibly run by our victim. We try to ping them, but they don't allow ping through because they're good people and they don't want anyone ICMP. Alright, but 25 does work because they're SMTP servers. So we can use another tool called hping2. And you send it a request, send request, port 25. We're sending 5 of them. And we get a result back that says 53 milliseconds is our maximum response time, and 59 milliseconds is our other response time. So to LA and Chicago, different variations. So what we do here now is we take that information and we plug it into our nmap. We give it a max round trip time of 200 milliseconds, initial round trip time of 150, which says that we're only going to wait that amount of time because it takes 15 milliseconds for a packet to get across. We'll just let it, give it some buffer, but we'll wait that long for a packet to return. So we do the same scan we did before. We put in these timing options, and now we're at 230 seconds. We've now taken our 457 seconds and cut it in half, basically, just by adding quick timing. All right, and we still had 35 web servers. We still found the exact same number. So when you're mapping, things get really slow because you gave it a class B for whatever reason, or a class A for, God forbid. It's going to take a long time. So you find out where your segments are, how long they take to get to your subnets, and you find the timing. And you place it in your nmap options here, and things go a lot faster. Okay, can we do it faster? Yes, we can. Just take off DNS. We don't really care about DNS. We did 163 seconds. We shaved 100 seconds off of that. Now, you really want to get your images fast, so that's the best way. And 35. We still had 35 web servers come back. So, that's our timing. All right, our second mission is find the open ports on BayLISA. Well, nmap, of course, give it the simple -ss, send scan. Give it a timing of 4, which is just a little faster than normal. And here we go. Those are the ports. Took 45 seconds from San Francisco to where BayLISA is, probably down here. And you can see the output here. It shows you 22, 25, 80, then the filtered 1453 and 3306. So MySQL is running and listening on the internet for BayLISA.org. Bad thing, good thing, find out later. Well, you won't find out here. Okay, so other options you can do, FinScan, where you actually send fin packets. Doesn't always work. Anything that responds is open filtered, but they're ACK scans. the thing is that it has these options. They don't always work because of firewalls or new operating systems that actually just drop invalid packets rather than responding to them. So there are variations. Window scan. All right, what is a window scan? When you send the 0 window and the machine comes back to the reset, the port's closed. If you send something with a positive number, 1 or above, it means the port's open. Okay. We tried that with BayLISA. It blocked it again. So obviously operating systems are getting better at handling invalid packets. So these options aren't always the best. Now version scanning is a new feature, a fairly recent feature in Mac. It took the version scanning idea that THC did with AMAP, of grabbing banners, or grabbing the results, and having a large database of what these things are. So, similar to the OS detection. OS detection was based upon the results of different kind of probes. We can go through our database and figure out a general idea of what operating system is running. So with -V, it's a similar thing. We now know that it's Sun SSH, so we can probably guess it's the Sun platform. We know the Sentinel version, we know the Apache version and the modules because Apache tells you what it is, usually. And we know MySQL, that it's also unauthorized, so it tries a basic authentication as well. So when you're doing version scanning, it will try some things that your IDS and your information security folks might go, you're not supposed to be doing that. So use it wisely. Version scanning, there was a recent post in the last week or so of it crashing the system. Early on version scanning, when you hit a printer, one of the HQ Jet Directs on 21, it would print a banner page, so you get nmap scan output on all the printers. So it's gotten better in recognizing that, but yeah, it takes time. So definitely these tools are very useful, but still the IP environment is still very, I don't know for so long, I'm surprised it's still risky as it is. That, yes?
So if we go home and start trying this out in a few places, is somebody going to send us an nasty email?
If you go to home, your DSL line, your cable modem, and you start mapping things, you will get a notice from your provider that says don't do it. We'll cut you off if you have 2 more. I've gotten 2.
We have an outside global address that's internet routable and they can track it right back.
Yes. Yes.
There are ways around that.
Does the FBI ever target people like yourself that they,
For mapping, no.
I mean, you never got, you're not monitored by them?
No. Mapping is,
Not sure where.
port scanning's, no, I'm pretty sure I don't.
Well, there was a big article about a year and a half ago that the FBI subpoenaed. They want his list of everyone who downloaded it. He's denied and he says, oh, I can't find it, I deleted it. But there has to be some concern that if you go and download it, you may be on somebody's list. FBI's list, I should say.
Well, I think it's, Fyodor is very much against that kind of stuff. He tracks what people use, or people document nmap for, really. So when NSA had a list of tools on their big executive briefing bulletin board or whatever, nmap disappeared. He was kind of upset about that because his tool, he doesn't think his tool is bad, and it's really not. It's very good for administrators. It just can be used in a other fashion.
That's what kind of gun?
Exactly. But nmap's not done. I mean, you can write the same kind of thing in Perl, in Python, in Ruby. You know, it's been done. You can go to packetstormsecurity.org and find lots of port scanners in many different languages. I think I even saw one in Rex. What was that?
If you're patient, you can do half part of it with Telnet.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
You can download them free if Foundstone. All good.
Right. So port scanning, it's not. All the legal arguments aside, it's not a bad thing. Now, yes.
I was just going to say, in terms of your biggest concern really is your ISP is likely to get irritated with you because when port scans are emanating from their network, it can get them cut off of various other networks. It can get their entire block of addresses blocked by various targets that you hit with this.
That's right.
And that
So,
happens.
because that impacts their business, now they're suddenly fielding a whole lot of tech support calls from all their other customers that got blocked by Playboy because you scanned Playboy too often and burned up too much of their bandwidth and et cetera.
Oh, yeah. Port scanning doesn't take a lot of bandwidth. It's very minimal. Because really you're sending maybe 30, 40 packets per port. You're doing SYN, all right, where are you? Okay, that's it, next port. Now, if you're going to start mapping all 65,000 ports on 15 hosts in one subnet, you're going to find yourself in trouble. But if you get bored one day, and let's go back to the earlier slide of the ICAPR option with port 80, and you just start randomly picking out web servers that are out on the internet, there's really not a whole lot of harm in that because you're sending a SYN packet on port 80, nothing is back. You go, all right, well, if my timing is set, I'll try it 2 more times. That's 3 packets per each server. Now, you can find yourself in trouble if Nmap hasn't taken the right subnets out of the randomization. There are a block of subnets that Nmap will not do on the randomizer. They're DoD specific. You don't want to touch those. But, so Nmap tries to help you along, at least in that respect. So if you get bored, you do IR, 0, port 80, SYN scans. You let it run for 2-3 hours, and look at some web servers. They're out there on the internet. Okay. Yes?
Yeah, but there are better tools to use too if you want to target specific sites. WCC is.
We're not going to specific sites. We're looking for whatever's a web server out there, whatever's in port 80.
Well, what I'm saying, there are better tools to exploit them and find folders.
I'm not talking exploits. This is enumeration. If you want to exploit, yeah, there are a lot of other tools, and we'll actually get that in our next segment of frameworks of actual exploitation tools. Okay, enterprise-wide scanning. There are a bunch of options available to help you with Nmap results. It does output in XML. Everybody loves XML, right? I don't know why. There is a Parser Pro module. It will kick off Nmap for it, and you can output into MySQL database or whatever. There's a scanner module, which is part of the parser. And there are lots more tools you can get at the actual Nmap site, which is insecure.org/Nmap. A lot of people do use Nmap on enterprises. When we started doing scans and things like that back in 5-6 years ago, we had Nmap kick off for every network we had. And then we'd have the output in the graphical Nmap, import that to a MySQL database, and we know what was going on. There are diff tools that will go and compare the previous versions. So there are things available that have been used for quite a while if you want to start using Nmap. Certainly if you're looking for enterprise-based vulnerability assessment, there are a lot better tools out there that will take Nmap or other tools they've written internally, and then also do versioning. They'll do vulnerability scanning. They'll give you nice historical reports. They'll, you can say this server is really important. If it has any vulnerability, just freak me out. Send me lots of pages, whatever. So there are better tools if you're looking for vulnerability scanning, at least. Okay, other things it can do. RPC scanning, like RPC info. It'll tell you the RPC service is running. FTP bounce scanning. The FTP bounce is not really seen much anymore. It's still around. Basically, FTP servers on the port command would return results that said this port's really open or not, so you could use that to actually scan a system somewhere else without you being detected as the one. So it did that right out of the bat. They're out working on scanning from the SOC's HTTP proxies. There is one guy that has written it already. Fyodor wasn't really happy with the results yet. He wants a bit more on it, but that is something in the future. Idle host scanning, we'll get to that in a second, which is a fairly recent development. Protocol scanning, IP protocol scanning, so you can find out if it has more than just IP or UDP or TCP.
You're talking about routing protocols like IGME or
Yeah, if they respond with a different IP protocol in the IP header. And it is very definable with many different options. TTL, time to live, data length, max retries, it does IPv6, can put bogus checksums, so you can use it as a vendor authentication or vendor verification tool that says, how do you handle invalid packets? NMAP can help you do that. There are other tools that will be better, but NMAP can do that for you. And it has a very extensive help screen. I've got it, let's see, yeah, here we go. Very long help screen. It is now 2 pages. So, once you get NMAP, and I still have 4.0 and I'm a little behind, you can see all these options that are available for you. Is that visible? Yeah. So,
Is there a
don't-
reasonable GUI for this yet? Have they come up with-
there is a GUI. There, part of the Google Summer of Code, there are at least 2 different GUIs that were written for it. There actually is a Windows GUI that he distributes. I really don't recommend running it in Windows. It's a whole other problem. There's also a Python-based GUI that was written as the Summer of Code as well. I think I even have. No, I'll just do that. Alright, so this is the basic GUI that comes up with NMAP-FE. So you can give it the different scan types, which ports you want to use, host discovery, which are different styles, the timing if you want to change any of that. And output, inputs, etc. So, all of this certainly is updated in the GUI, but command line will have the up-to-date options at least. They don't always get in the GUI right away. Okay, here's something about idle scanning. Idle scanning came out, I want to say a year or 2 ago. Uses the IP ID from the IP packets on a quiet host called the zombie to check for open ports on other hosts. NMAP will spoof as the zombie, sending a packet to the victim, sending a TCP SYN packet, let's say. It then pulls the zombie to watch the IP ID. If it increments, that means that a reset was received. If it doesn't increment, or if it increments 2, reset was received, that means the port's open. If it doesn't increment, then the port was probably closed. It's not a very scientific thing, it's not accurate all the time, but it works. There is a nice little graphic from the insecure.org site which will kind of show it out of how it works. IP ID to the attacker, to the zombie, response finds out what the IP ID is. It says, alright, well you're incrementing, you're a good zombie, I'm going to use you. So now target A on the left side here sends a packet to the victim, TCP SYN port A, as the zombie. So the zombie is the source IP address. The target, the victim really, responds back and says, okay, this port's open SYNAC. Now, because the zombie wasn't expecting it, he responds back to the target, increments his IP ID, and says, I didn't want that packet, reset. So now the attacker, probes the zombie, sees that the IP ID is 31339, says, oh, that responded open, so the port is open. On the other side, he looks for port 42. Sends a request, gets a reset back. Because the zombie says, that was a reset, I'm just going to drop it, session closed, whatever. I don't need to increment anything, because I don't need to send anything back out to the victim. So when the attacker probes the zombie, the IP ID only incremented 1. That port's closed. So it's kind of confusing. I hope the picture really says it better. Does anyone want a clarification on that, or understand it? Good, that's good, 'cause I hate describing that one, yeah.
The one question I have is, Z and A have to be on the same segment? You have to be able to catch the
No.
responses that are directed to Z?
Z and A do not have to be on the same subnet.
So how are the responses getting back to A?
Yeah.
Okay, the responses don't get back to A. A never sends a packet with its source address to the victim, to target. So when target looks at its logs, or look at the firewall logs, it says, oh, the zombie sent me all of the port requests.
So how does the attacker find any information out of
You
this?
just explained it.
Alright, I missed that part.
Okay. He finds it because when he sends a send packet, the target sends a send that back.
Right.
Then the zombie says, I wasn't expecting that, so I'm going to send a reset back to the target. That reset increments the IP ID, 31338. Because when you first sent your probe, you found it's 31337.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've
So you
been...
keep talking to the zombie to find out what his IP ID says.
Exactly. And so then, because you went back to zombie, he went to 339, you say, oh, that port must be open. Why it's not an exact science is because the zombie has to be an incremental IP ID. Yes?
Does this presume that the packet, the original packet with the spoof source address is not going to get blocked and filtered out?
Certainly. Yeah, if it doesn't get to the target, it's not going to know. Yeah. No, okay.
May I say that this is not a foolproof way of judging whether the zombie is really active, because there might be some other session that went on while you sent the...
Exactly, that's why it's called idle scanning.
Yeah.
Because the zombie has to be idle. A good purpose would be a printer that no one ever uses, or a Windows machine that's Windows NT that's sitting out in the corner because no one ever touches it. So, yeah, question?
Yeah, I was wondering, in regards to the thing that's being spoofed, so there's no way for, people wouldn't know that it's being spoofed?
No, meaning like the Z?
The person being attacked.
The person being attacked, no, they don't know, they think Z is attacking them or is probing them.
Okay, but they'll never find A.
They'll never find A.
And so they could assume they're being spoofed, that the Z is a spoof, but they never find who A is.
Right. From all purposes, the target's going to see Z talking to it.
Right.
And it's going to talk back to Z. It's never going to know about the attacker at all.
But the logs, whatever logs they have running would catch this conversation.
Right.
But they would never be able to track back to A.
Exactly.
And they could assume maybe that because of what's happening that it's a spoof.
Right. Well, no, they can't assume that. They have no idea.
No, I understand. I'm just saying maybe from the things that are going on, they could say, well, maybe it's a zombie, maybe it's...
Well, no. You won't know.
They'd never know.
They never know. Yeah.
My only question is, you're using the idle scan to find the zombie. How do you find the zombie in the first place?
You just have to look for it first. So you're going to
In
get...
other words, is that what the idle scan is for, to find the zombie?
No, the idle scan is to use the zombie. The first thing idle scan does is talk to the zombie to see if it's a good zombie.
But how are you going to know? You don't know if it's a good zombie.
No, you don't. But if you sit on a network, if you're on a large subnet, let's say you're on a /22 network, you have a large number of hosts out there. You can tell by the MAC address that this might be an HP Jet Direct. You can tell by the MAC address this is a Intel-based NIC, or this is a Sun-based NIC. And you can make summarizations that says this might be vulnerable, or this could be a good zombie.
Or on scan to see if anything is missing out of the ARP table that could possibly be an idle system rather than find.
Yes, there's lots of ways you can discover things. Yeah, you had another question.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're gonna cover this, but how do they make it a zombie? Are you gonna cover the rootkitting and everything?
No. The zombie is not rooted at all.
Okay, so you're doing like an SSH session to Z, or you're doing a telnet to Z?
Do nothing to Z.
The only thing he's doing to Z is these IP ID probes.
Right.
Ports open or not.
Right.
That's all I'm doing.
I get it.
Yes.
So this is built into just how TCP works, that all types of OSs will send back IP IDs.
Everybody, well, different stacks work in different ways. Windows is really the best one to use for this. Increments by one.
Right, something like OpenBSD uses random IP IDs probably.
Not a good idea for a zombie, yes. Anybody
Linux
that
also uses random IP IDs?
Who does?
Linux?
Yeah.
Patch it.
Yeah, you
Newer
can patch it too. The newer ones, yeah. Yes.
How do you get a MAC address beyond a gateway?
We don't need a MAC address beyond the gateway.
You said you were going to identify an HP.
That's one way to identify a zombie. Because you have to spoof as the zombie, it's best to spoof as your local subnet. Because routers will normally, not always, block invalid source IPs. They'll they'll look at the tables and say, this isn't supposed to come from this interface, throw it away. So that blocks a lot of spoofs.
Depends on how they program things.
That's how it's configured, right? Everyone's different, so. Okay, any more questions on the idle? It's a fun technique. We started using it after it came out, and people were worried. They couldn't find us. All right, Nmap on the Intel Mac. It does work. That's one of the things I was working on for a while. Unfortunately, you do have to use the libpcre from another package. I used to all imports. We're still trying to figure out exactly why it sig faults after program scanning. But as you get the new Nmap, it is a powerful tool. Use carefully and responsibly. All right, so you make it, you compile it, and then you get the help. No, I already showed you the help. So, like I said, there's lots of options, lots of timing options, intensity, etc. Yes.
What Mac OS?
This is 10.4.4 running on the Intel iMac.
BSD is.
It's BSD, yes. Okay. And here I did an Nmap of Microsoft. They only had 2 ports open, wasn't that great. One feature that Nmap does have in the 4 version, as it's running, you can change the verbosity levels by hitting V. It changes it up and down, so you get more and more information as what's happening, as well as packet trace. I don't have packet trace turned on, but I can show you that. All right. Any further questions before I go to a little quick demo?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's from Rejected. Rejected is a good video. Okay, so. I'm going to run a quick scan against a local machine. Hit the enter key and it says, it gives you information. You hit P and it starts sending out packet information. Very good debugging stuff. Verbosity, ooh, hey. So, you can watch it go along as it sends packets back and forth. So, and of course capital P will shut it off too. And then results, as you can see, it came back and said the Windows box. It has these ports open, what's running on them. And the OS detection says, well, running lots of different Windows, could be anything. So OS detection, like I said, is like version detection. It's not an exact science. Version detection is a lot better at describing what is there because the database is much more complete, but it is more intensive. It will send more packets to the server and can potentially knock services down if they're not responsible applications. If it expects a 254 hex character and it receives a 252, it shuts down. Or even if you just open a sync scan, sometimes it shuts down. I don't have much more on Nmaps. Any questions or anything else you want to really see out of Nmap? No? Cool. Oh, yes, one.
So, how do you track down people who are running Nmap in your environment?
How do you catch a port scanner? if they're really dumb, they're easy to catch. IDSs will normally have a long state of who is sending SIM packets and how many are they sending, how quickly are they doing it. IDSs are really good at that kind of thing. The problem is IDSs can be fooled. They have a certain amount of time that they will wait before they'll start closing a machine, their tables down and says, alright, this guy's not port scanning, I've got millions of other machines I gotta worry about or packets that are coming through. I can't hold on to this guy forever. So if you do a packet, a map slow enough, network intrusion detection is not gonna see it. Now, host-based intrusion detection, log detection, things like that will start to see trends. And so you'll find that logs locally on your servers are the best way to find a port scanner, because you'll start seeing the pattern. Yes?
I'd like to suggest an alternate way. If you have centralized antivirus, most of the current ones will detect things like Nmap. If you're also scanning for dark IP addresses on your network, so you're seeing things coming from places where things shouldn't exist,
right,
and you compare it against your list of known places of antivirus, the places that don't have antivirus on them are suspect.
Right.
To look at.
If you want to detect just the kid that walks in or the guy that just found out about Nmap, like you people, those things are easy to detect. Honeypots on a subnet that's not even, doesn't have anything else except these honeypots. If someone hits it with a port probe, oh, that they're not supposed to, because there's nothing on this except honeypots. So there are lots of ways you can build your network or build your monitoring systems so that they will detect port scanners. Honeypots are the toughest thing for the pen tester that's supposed to be under the wire, because the minute, if the honeypots are set up right, the minute you actually touch it, you've given up where you are. Yes?
One of the senior people at my company decided that, from what he had read, honeypots had a potential legal problem. This is a few years ago. What is the current thinking on that?
Well, it depends on how you use the honeypot. On an internal network, there's really no legal involved because of your network. On the internet, if you use it as to find out who's probing you, you'll never sleep, because everybody probes you on the internet. You know, you just turn off your firewall, or just connect to a dial-up, and you'll get probed left and right because of worms. So legally, the internet honeypots are a lot riskier, I think. I haven't followed them to see if there's any changes on that, but certainly because your system and your environment internally, if somebody goes in and starts poking around and not supposed to, you have every legal right to go shut them out. Yes?
So I know that one of the features of Nmap that it has to try and make it harder to track down a port scanner is the ability to spoof a number of additional parallel port scans. So basically you built in some plausible deniability. It must have been one of the other 50 machines that the source addresses were sent to. Do you know of any tools out there now at the switch level that would, for instance, catch that, gee, this one MAC frame address keeps showing up with all these different source addresses?
On the local level, certainly, there are lots of ways you can secure your switch to say, I'm only going to allow this one MAC to ever do anything, and it's also going to be on this IP. There are...
I was just looking for something more like an IDS feature that basically catches when a particular MAC address changes IP addresses too often.
Well, if it's a good tool, it's going to use a different MAC address for the IP.
Yes.
You're gonna see that with a sniff too. If you have a good filter on your sniff, you can put a sniffer on there and
only during the local segment.
But again, let's say you have 50,000 machines, and you have a very large network. You're not going to look at all that.
you have to have one monster sniffer.
Right, one monster IDS or correlation with an ArcSite or whatever silent runner.
Or
Was that silent?
probes, or you can do flows, you can do
Yeah,
S
net flow.
Does Nmap spoof MAC addresses as well as IP when you're doing that camouflage thing that I'm
The
talking about?
decoy doesn't do different MACs,
Right.
but you can actually Nmap, tell Nmap to use a different MAC address and a different IP address as well, so that your machine won't get seen through IDS logs. But that way, you can sit on your attacker machine and scan as a decoy and get the results back, because your attacker shows up as an IP address during the scanning time and then disappears. Can you detect that? Well, yes. If you are constantly doing SNMP against your switch, pulling down all the MAC addresses and correlating the IP addresses on the ARP table, you can do that. I've seen tools that can do that.
I'm just thinking, when somebody was saying, how do I detect the port scanner? Well, even somebody who's fairly good at using Nmap, they're going to be stopping at about decoy level, at the IP level.
Right.
So that's the only way I could think of where you might be able to catch somebody until they're ready to patch Nmap themselves. To decoy the MAC.
I'm a very jaded person, and so I will say that if the person doesn't want to get caught, they're not going to get caught when there's a port scan. Because a port scan is a last resort from anybody that wants to get onto a system. There are way too many control systems out there that will detect port scans or detect something anomalous going on. And so unless the attacker is very confident that they are hidden away because they have compromised another system, they're going to use that just to scan, get the data off that scan and then disappear, they're not going to port scan. Especially not from their immediate connection. They're going to scan from somewhere else. Any other questions on mapping, port scanning, reconnaissance? Alright, we're hitting the noon time. Is that for? Is that
Lunch is at 1.
Lunch is at 1.
However, it can be noted that if any of you run out of coffee and would like some tea instead,
Right.
of
If you
that
like, we can take a 10-minute break and then set up for the next stop.
Yeah, let's take a quick break and we'll go to the next one.
My details and explore. I gotta get up and move
I have a question. At home, I have like a 3 desktop, 2 laptops, and server 2003. Okay.
Right.
I have a router, Comcast, but my son, he's using a specific desktop for games, internet games. How can I find which port is using that specific game? Like a Battlefield, because I would like to isolate that machine from
Well, if you want to find out what particular ports are being opened to on that machine, then you can Nmap just its IP address using this very same tool.
Okay, that's okay. I wasn't unsure. And then it will tell me which port is using.
All the ports that are open. Now, identifying. Now, of course, that's just open service ports that are available on that machine as services. Now, what you're really talking about is he's using an online game elsewhere, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he is using services on a remote machine. Now, that's not really what Nmap is for, okay? So Nmap would show you what services are being advertised by his machine to local machines.
So now, can I run port scan for that machine? Which port is open?
Well, it would be useful, but it would answer a different question from the one you were asking. So if you want to find out what remote ports your son's machine is trying to access out on the internet, maybe what you should be doing is look at the logs of the router to see what it's trying to reach out and get to. It's probably the most immediately useful way to do it. But I would definitely encourage you to use Nmap on your local network just to find out what is reachable within your network,
then probably to break the lock.
to find out what the bad guys would find if they were to breach your home network.
Yeah, because I would like to test it, you know, in the local at my home,
Right.
not work.
Huh?
When you use Nmap inside your network versus the attackers coming from outside.
Well, it makes some difference in the sense that presumably.
Probably just something silly on my machine. I don't use it very often.
Okay, that may be okay. Obviously, you've got some kind of, border device, a router to reach the internet or something like that, right? Which is presumably doing some filtering of some sort. So, if you really want to see what your local network is like from the point of view of an outsider, you have to use an outside machine and try to probe it from there. So, in that sense, yes, it does make a difference.
Maybe you take the neighbor's wireless, unprotected wireless internet and scan it back.
There you go.
Because my router has IPS features.
Right.
Pretty basic, but you still see a lot of things go. I get alert all the time. Somebody's scanning.
Now, don't be too surprised. Well, it's, I don't want to be too cynical, but it is possible that your bandwidth provider is monitoring for port scanning, but I'd be very surprised if that were the case. But I don't know. Certainly, you have every right to scan your own network. There is an outside chance that you might get a phone call from your provider saying, "Excuse me, we think someone's trying to attack you." But I don't think so, based on the fact that ISPs are pretty much a commodity business, and that level of competence is a pretty rare thing.
So I can just using an Nmap to limit all my local network. Or won't go out.
You can definitely tell it what to scan and what not to scan. Very useful skill, I tell you.
Which vendor, the company use for scan those are the third-party vendors. He mentioned about the use for enterprise networks.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. No, what he meant was people are using Nmap within large firms, I believe. I think that may be what he meant, but I don't know. I don't know who's using Nmap commercially. I'm not the speaker, by the way. I'm just one of the advisors. And I happen to be a very big fan of Nmap. I use a lot of. I have my own home network, and I don't have any border security, but deliberately, we have only Unix machines, and our security posture is we don't rely on any magic firewall to protect us. Instead, each person who runs the machine is responsible for that machine's own security. None of our machines trust any of the other machines, and none of them trust the network. So. And so many of our machines are fully exposed to the internet. My own server is absolutely fully exposed to the internet. And so its level of protections are entirely at the level of the individual host. And a lot of people say, don't you feel that's dangerous? No.
So is it just like go see what you find?
I mean, I do system administration for a living. Sure.
Oh, by the way, what are you seeing from a compliance point of view?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, if you prefer tea, we do have a
general.
No, actually, this is running OS 10 at the moment.
Okay.
And that's my Linux server in the background.
And at the end, we say,
That's not
we've
bad.
got X number of local systems,
Yeah,
here's
I
how we
kinda
got
like
to domain control, here's how we got to Unix controls.
That's not bad.
And then do you guys
I like to run Ubuntu on this as well.
You guys say, here's what we found.
And new data that actually is supposed to sleep mode.
It's usually up to.
That's the main reason I still have OS 10. You can close it out, then it doesn't hang.
We try to stay on the policy debate.
So you just say, here's what we found, we'll clean it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Because once we get to policy, it's all.
Yeah, well, that's the bigger challenge is, not necessarily running these tools is, okay, once you find it, right, so the whole politics is, who's responsible for it? How do you do it? Yeah, so that's the thing, that's the real challenge is,
They didn't think it was real operating system.
I like the CISSP, but don't hold it against against me.
Yeah.
Creators of insipid, silly, and stupid policies.
Artist and writer,
because they're the main concern about the whole CISSP program.
Well, you remember there was a beta of OS 10 Server out in 1999, and my wife, who was working with me at LinuxCare, had it running on a desktop G3 at her desk at LinuxCare, and Torvalds came by and looked at her screen and said, "Gee, what distribution is that?" And she kind of blushed and said, "OS 10?" And he thought that was hilarious. He thought that was very funny.
Actually, it is.
Yes.
It really is.
After the Kickstarter, the imaging process, there was a process that he had been doing for roughly 2 years.
Not everybody
that
has that
involved
sense
like
of humor.
typing 20 different commands and editing like 5 files.
Oh, I figured that.
And I've worked there for a year, and I had vague rumors that this was going on, but I hadn't gotten around to it. Then they handed me a laptop that they didn't know how to image because it's a new save drive, and my job is Linux. So when they have problems imaging things, and actually he and I both worked on it. So anyway, I got that, and then I went over there and I helped him do this. Well, the easiest way for me to write the script for him that was on his directory on his little NFS server that is on his place was for me to just SU to him, just edit the file and do the thing. Right? And, I mean, he was curious. He said, "So you can do that because you're root on this laptop?" I said, "Yes, exactly." So, I mean, I just...
Between S&P and NFS,
security is not my problem, and no freaking security. And the worst part is that NFS is so ubiquitous that there is no way around it, pretty much. I mean, we've tried to convince them. Could we put in some NFS? Could we tighten up and start moving more machines towards V4 with security? And as soon as you say the words NFS and heterogeneous environment, then you can secure our business. Oh, it's not supported on any
Excellent. We have here the webpage of the 10 best sci-fi films that were never made.
Hey, you didn't have any problem with your internet.
From here,
and since nobody trusts you,
because you had to what?
nobody is going to require it. So,
the worst thing about NFS in our environment is its own research.
I could send wireless over. It would be rude.
I need to share my data.
You read in the slides to it, but executable from Metric is going to be a Linux binary process. I'm not terribly sure about that.
Set those up as read-only
I'm sorry, does somebody...
Presentations that probably won't be necessary.
Right. So I think we have so much left and so many speakers.
But it's just not a problem.
It's not a problem.
The extra amusing part is that September dug it out and dusted
these trees. Everybody's allowed to access them read-only, except for the servers get to put files. Which means that at least
actually, of course, it was introductory.
So checked in through your version calls, and then
he's got this little
actually, if I was doing it, I would set it up as a pair of files. I wouldn't let the build servers actually push it. I would let another machine pull it across.
That was originally made anti-alias against the black backdrops.
I can't even get it.
It doesn't work now.
I should fix that up. It's not on the
Why specking and
reduce the load on
gratefully borrowed it from the
that would give them tremendous performance gains and load on their Oh, and you don't want to know about the auto maps that they have.
Our best friends have gotten a tremendous number of SFX.
You should work on Cisco NFS and auto map.
Lots of stuff.
I know, it's overloaded because they all have those in their libraries already.
Any machine you log into has minimum 50.
Well, we may think about that
And
we have some non-SF stuff that we may need to
and then a lot of the machines are used with group-based, and these are machines that are like all over the place. I mean, to my mind, if you're going to set up a you know, Clearcase has this thing. Clearcase is a revision control system. One of the things they use is this installable file system called NVFS, otherwise known as file objects. But the whole idea is it's like a translucent file system. Well, I've seen a system with 7 volumes on it. You know, the guy using it has 70 different views of the underlying source code. Right? That was in addition to the 50 or 60 AutoFS. And so, you know, you've got
I think we are just about at time target here. We are now 15 minutes since the beginning of the thing.
In our company, we got all kinds of people jobs. We, the sysadmins, don't actually know what any of the people are doing, any of our users, right? So they're all called R&D and AE, applications team. And that means they do QA and do development and do test cases.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. As our next presenter, we'll have Garrett G. He's been involved with information security for about 10 years now. Spent several years involved with open source and a bunch of stuff that he was doing for some 3-letter agencies. Apparently hiding in those wasn't good enough for him, so he moved to a large financial institution.
Actually, Garrett's not going to speak.
Oh. Look, we have an alias.
I'm kidding.
We'll just symlink him over. Maybe we'll exploit some frameworks.
Okay, thank you. Actually, Garrett did help a lot with this next few sections. Setting up some very vulnerable systems and very bad systems. So, okay, we're going to take about 45 minutes here to quickly run through what exploit frameworks are and go into a quick demo of one of them. Then we'll talk more about the second one. We're going to go up to Canvas right now, and then when we get at the lunch, we'll talk about Metasploit. Okay, we've seen that one. Why is that? Seen that one too. All right, goals of frameworks. This is strictly from the Metasploit group. H.D. Morris, Boonham, and a whole bunch of McMillan and a bunch of others. As you can see, it's provide useful information for people who do pen testing, IDS, signature development, exploit research. What that really means is that it's good for those of us who try to validate security controls. It's great for those that are trying to stop those of us writing security or testing security controls, or the mad hacker out there, and those that are trying to find the vulnerabilities. A lot of people don't believe, I say a lot of people, some people don't believe that security researchers should be looking for vulnerabilities. That's the job of the company. If it was the job of the company, we wouldn't find these things. They would actually be patched before they get deployed. They wouldn't exist in the first place. So security researchers provide a very valuable service of looking at a product and telling you, you've got some overflows, or you've got format strings, or you've got, you're running as root in this Apache web server for some reason. I don't know why. So, okay, so we talked earlier about the attack methodology. Reconnaissance is the first thing, and map is a good tool to do that. Now, an attack, frameworks allow you to exploit systems for profit and maintain access without detection. Both Canvas and Metasploit do a very good job of these. Okay, brief agenda here. We'll talk about the anatomy of an exploit pre-2004, the hurdles of writing an exploit when frameworks came about, they were to the rescue, and what the future holds too for frameworks. Okay, for 2004, a researcher found a bug, buffer overflow. Love those. Gains control of the EIP, and this is an Intel-based overflow because they're more fun. Redstone shellcode, or else uses someone else's shellcode from previous exploit from a library that they have. Develops and releases code and debug track, which is 2004, 2003 time frame. Sits back and rakes in the cache and props because he found this before anyone else did. He actually brought an exploit, published it, and went on. Alright. But there are complications in that model. Multiple operating systems. Well, in a Windows environment, you have NT, 2000, 2003, XP, SP1, SP2, SP4, SP6, and different Japanese language, Farsi language or whichever. Multiple different shellcodes. If you're writing an exploit that might be or that might be a Unix-based exploit for Linux, but it might also work for BSD. Well, now you have to have two different shellcodes. In your exploit, now you have to have a shellcode for BSD, a shellcode for Linux, and a shellcode for Solaris, and make these variations for big little endian, etc. It makes it very difficult to develop and use an exploit for pen testing and for research. So, and also the delivery system may require a lot of development. RPC. Oh, I hate writing RPC. HTTP requests, they're easier. SMB, SSH, SSL, LDAP, oh, yeah. You gotta write each, if you're gonna do code for exploits, you've gotta write LDAP handlers, you've gotta write SSH, you've gotta write RPC. Alright, it adds up to a lot of fun. Recreating for the delivery code for each exploit, that's not a lot of fun. Writing lots and lots of loops when you're researching to find the right offset for SP1. Okay, now let's find it for SP2. Let's find the offset for SP3 and 4 and 6. And let's find it for a Red Hat 6.2, 7.1. Let's find it for Mandarin, blah. It's a pain. And there's no common basic code. So if you're working with other researchers out in the internet, in the world, everyone's going to have their own thing. They're going to have their own libraries. They're going to have their own way of doing things, which is great, but it's hard to work together. And like I said, you might need a unique payload handler for each vulnerability you find, because there may be, you might have 2,000 bytes to work with, you might have 256 bytes to work with. So you've got to be different for each one. So, it's also fun for pen testers and admins. These researchers, not all of them are really that good. They'll find a vulnerability, they'll write an exploit, and they'll throw it out there. That's it for them. Well, this vulnerability may work on AIX. Well, if you're a pen tester, or if you're an admin, you want to validate that the patch is there. Now you got to take this FreeBSD exploit. Now you got to convert it over to little endian, and now you got to write AIX shellcode, and you got to deliver it, and okay, great. That may not work correctly. The code may get released with bugs in it because it's just some kid, some 16, 17-year-old that just found it and wrote it. It's not a very good coder. It could be malicious payload. If you've seen shellcode, it's in hex. It's the actual instructions in assembly in hex. Unless you do that day in, day out, how do you know he's not RM/RF, all that stuff? How do you know he's not adding a user and deleting everything? And you don't know. And of course, we don't have the time to debug 150-line C code if you're a pen tester or an admin. 150 lines is not too bad, but we're lazy. Also, complex protocols. They're very dependent upon the API of the protocol. This, what you see here, is an SSH exploit. It is a patch to a version of SSH client in order to get it to work right. This is exactly how it comes, and it says that the file name says SSH v1 exploit.c. It doesn't tell you what version of the software it is. It doesn't tell you, it does tell you it's Linux, but which SSH version do I need to compile this in? Now I have to keep that around for my pen test and for my research. It just doesn't work, because who wants to patch? Keep hold of all these different patches. Alright, for payloads. Most of the payloads themselves are hard-coded, and you don't want to use them during a pen test or administrator, because they might do things you don't want. The actual payload is what runs on the system after an overflow, or a format string, or some other vulnerability. So if you have only one payload available, okay, that's not going to be great. It is very difficult to use some of the payloads, because they may require a specific offset be placed in a certain place in the payload. So if you change payloads, you've got to now make the changes accordingly to the source code and the payload. And again, no standards. Early solutions, there were a number of payload generators: Impurity, Shellforge, MOSDEF, which is actually still used, Inline Egg, ADM Mutate. These are all created payloads for variations. ADM Mutate was one of the earlier mutators that would take a BSD or a Linux shellcode or an AIX or Solaris and put an XOR wrapper around it. So it would try to hide the payload. The goal of security researchers is to advance security. So when you develop a protection system or an IDS that says, I'm going to look for shellcode, but I'm only looking for these 5 or 6 bytes out of it to say this is shellcode. If that changes, and ADM Mutate will show that change, is no longer detected, that protective system isn't doing you any good. It's not actually detecting anything. So security researchers are pushing these products forward. StatGuard was great, is great. It stops many overflows from working, but it doesn't stop return to libc, which was founded because security researchers couldn't do overflow exploits anymore. So they figured out a way to get around it. The exception handler in XP, when SP2 came around, that was their idea to stop overflows. Security researchers said, well, let's find out how we can control that SEH, and now we use our code for that. So within, yes, it would help, but you got to push further, and that's what researchers do. Alright, some better solutions. Exploit frameworks. There are a couple out there. Core Impact is one. It's a lot of money, but it's pretty good. ImmunitySec has one called Canvas. I'll be showing that here. And Metasploit exploit framework. The first two are expensive. The first one's really expensive. The second one's inexpensive. The third one, free. Yay. I see people furiously writing as well. I actually, at the Interzone West conference back in November or October, I finally got to see Core Impact actually work. It is a point-and-click exploit. You say, here's my subnet, go find my vulnerable systems and exploit them, go. And it does that, and then it gets popped up in Windows, says, this one listens vulnerable, here's your shell, here's your shell, here's your shell. So, and Canvas can do the same thing, it's just that Core Impact did it in Windows. So, it's a great tool for assessing your environment for an actual exploitation. It goes further. Like I said, there are mapping tools to do discovery, and there are exploit tools. There is something in between called vulnerability assessment through Nessus, Internet Security Scanner. comes in. What else? CyberCop, Satan, yeah, Satan. Yeah, a lot of old stuff. IP360. What's that one that? Tenable, Newt. There's a whole bunch of vulnerability assessment tools that will go do probes and say, all right, you have this version of operating system or this version of service running. We think it's vulnerable based upon the result you're giving us. And normally 9 times out of 10 they're correct, but they're not always there. They're not always correct. What exploit frameworks do for an admin is when your VA tool continuously says this machine is vulnerable, you go to the admin and say, hey, you haven't patched this. You go, yes I did. No you didn't. The VA tools keep saying over and over again. Well, you go to your management and he says, alright, exploit them. Throw an actual exploit at it. These tools will do that for you. They'll help you do that. Now before these tools, you had to go find the code on the internet, on BugTrack, had to go compile it, hope it didn't have any bad payload, and then throw it at the guy. Well, you're not going to want to do that in a production environment, because you don't know what that payload is going to do, unless you really know how to write exploits. It's very risky. Oh, yes?
What's your opinion about Cain Enable?
Cain Enable is a great tool. I love it a lot.
You gonna cover that in later slides?
Actually, no, I don't cover any Windows tools on this one. Cain Enable is it's a multi-function tool for ARP man-in-the-middle attacks, SSL man-in-the-middle attacks, and SSH as well. It's basically the Windows version of EtterCap, which EtterCap does the same kind of thing. A lot more protocols. EtterCap.
How do you spell that?
E-T-T-E-R-C-A-P.
C-A-P.
C-A-p.
It's a mushroom.
EtterCap.
Is that SourceForge?
Yeah, SourceForge.
SourceForge.net.
Yeah, EtterCap.sf.net.
Nobody here but us mushrooms.
What Cain Enable can do, in addition to the man-in-the-middle attacks, is it has a very extensive password cracking system. So if it catches a password in the middle that's kind of encrypted, if it runs a MySQL password, NSSQL, or RDP, many different encrypted passwords, it will allow you to brute force them, dictionary attack, run a key space. It has rainbow table support in it. As a tool, it's really good, but it's Windows. They also, EtterCap, or not EtterCap, but Cain Enable researched the RDP terminal server for Windows, looked at how it was securing communication, but it uses an X519 certificates, uses the normal RSA key generator, and says, all right, let's go figure out who you are, that's valid, let's generate our private key, and communicate. Well, the problem was the DLL that did that on the server had a static key. Every server has that key. So, as a man-in-the-middle attack, what Cain Enable does is it took that key out. Now, as a man-in-the-middle, you're doing an ARP, and probably could write it up, but you're sitting in between two servers, and you're redirecting the ARP traffic. You're redirecting your IP traffic via ARP. It says, if you want to get to system B, you must come through my MAC address. So you become that system, and all traffic goes through you. Now that's very high level. So what Cain Enable does with the terminal server is, since that key was in the DLL, he now has the ability to encrypt and act as every terminal server out there. So you're now man-in-the-middle attacking a terminal server. The client sees the right certificate because you have the certificate. You got it from the DLL. So the client doesn't complain about it. So now you receive the encrypted traffic from the client, decrypt it, watch all the keystrokes as it goes through, log them, re-encrypt it as it talks to the server. So now terminal server is no longer valid because there's no security, there's no encryption. You are the man in the middle. You've spoofed, not really spoofed, but you've acted as the server. It showed Microsoft that, you know, everybody kept saying internal server is fine, it's encrypted. Yes, but now you have to actually improve that, and they actually have applied certificate generation on the server first. So every server gets its own certificate. Now the question then is, how do you verify the certificate is valid? Well, you've got to actually initiate the communication first, just like SSH, or you pass the keys around.
And how many people actually pay attention when they get an invalid certificate message?
Yeah.
They don't read the screen.
No.
Even if they do, they just ignore it most of the time.
Okay.
They don't care.
Oh, that's expired, let me
Yes.
borrow it, use the details.
Does this still occur if you're running a Citrix ICA protocol?
Citrix ICA is a different protocol. That has not been applied as a man-in-the-middle attack yet.
Okay.
I don't know if the authors have been looking at that. I don't think anyone's looking at that. I'm sure they are.
We just haven't documented it probably. Yeah.
There's documentation, there's reverse engineering.
Yeah.
And it took reverse engineering to get the RDP taken out. You had a question? No. Okay.
Oh, I was just going to say about the whole people ignoring the keys. Unfortunately, we have far too many sites where, for instance, when they reimage a machine, they just generate a new SSH key. So now you've trained every user who connects to that machine on a regular basis that they should just say, yes, I know it's not a man in the middle, just go ahead and accept it, without giving it a second thought. And I know of at least one company, which shall remain nameless, that has had expired keys for their SSL internal web servers for doing all kinds of different things for forever, okay? And everybody in the company has just been trained to say, well, you know, who cares if this, you know, certificate authority's key is expired, it doesn't matter, just go ahead and go on and talk to this thing anyway.
That's
So,
true.
unfortunately, we've got a lot of laziness that is basically training a whole bunch of people to be more insecure. When it comes to public key cryptography, we have thoroughly blown it for basically an entire generation of users.
Is that a question?
No, that was just a rant, I'm sorry.
Is that an answer?
It's a question answer.
Question.
PKI is very difficult to deploy as an enterprise. I know because we do it. PKI as an enterprise is a pain in the butt. I think the idea that, I'm kind of speaking out of my mind here, that Microsoft had with the SSL keys, the new certificate keys of the Azure, is that you don't have many users going to terminal service, especially for administration. So your user base is small that might be going to administer it. So they'll be able to detect when a key changes. Well, that's people, it's human. One of the earliest SSH man-in-the-middle attacks, actually the SSH version 2 man-in-the-middle attack, can generate a key ID, the actual hex key, that looks very similar. So, and this is documented in The Art of Exploitation by John Erickson, I think, where you take the SSH server key, and you have this tool that actually generates a certificate that is very similar. It does many variations, but as long as the first 18, the last 18 are pretty similar, that middle part might be a little different, or it might be different similar throughout, you're going to look at that and go, oh, that's the right one. Because you're not going to look at the entire string. You're going to look at part of it. It's a human attack using technical features. So, alright. Okay, we don't have core impact, but here's a screenshot. Like I said, it's real easy. You just click on what you want to exploit and say, okay, go exploit. Yes?
Is that expensive? How expensive?
I think,
100,000?
no, they're in the 40 to 50,000. The developers of core are really good. They've been around exploit researching for a long time. Okay, mini-set canvas. Now, The only reason I'm showing this is because I actually have a copy of it. If I had core, I would show it. I'm not saying this because this is a tool you should go buy. I'm not a vendor. I know Dave, but not pushing this company. Yes?
Yeah, what's the cost on canvas? Oh, that's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
That's why you have it, I understand.
Not bad at all. It is fairly inexpensive.
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't have his prices listed, so when you talk to them, Immunity is a small company.
The maintenance like 20%.
What's that?
The maintenance, the normal 20% of the type.
Not, he has his own maintenance on it. He's a weird guy. David Tell, who wrote Canvas, and a lot of his team, they're really good guys, and they know a lot. But, they're more interested in playing and getting paid for it. They have some very good training as well. That's one thing they do. They actually have one called unethical hacking. If you're really interested in, he calls it that because there's a lot of ethical hacking classes out there. This can kind of be chalked as an ethical hacking class, but unethical hacking is using the tools to make a point. To either your security officer, to your administrators, whatever. And because honestly, the people that really are going to be attacking you, the malicious people, they're going to be as stealthy as they can be. And so you have to be a step ahead of them on detection, and you have to think like them in order to catch them. I mean, that said a lot, but I firmly believe you have to think like a hacker in order to catch one, because they're always going to be 5 steps ahead of any information security professional.
Some of the attackers, some are complete idiots.
Those are the kinds you easily pick out.
Agreed, but they're the ones that also overwhelm you. The ones that sheer attack numbers.
Right. They're the ones that they want to get their name out on there because they defaced your web page. Well, they find some cross-site scripting in your search form and they publish it. Who cares? It matters, yes, but. Okay, it is entirely written in the Python language. That's cool. MOSDEF, which is their payload generator, is included, as is their attack or their controlling agent called Hydrogen. That's also
That works.
Denial of slash.
Actually, with this job that I'm doing, I'm writing code, and then I have a search engine massive amount of searching in place for certain types of text that I define. So that makes it very fast. HTML, JavaScript, for that's what they want. A lot of people like that.
Country code. And the spam he gets, the sins alone to initiate sometimes peak above 10 megabits.
Okay. So how does he make money off of this?
Turns out he sold it to some of the anti-spam companies. He actually leases the domain to the anti-spam companies because he sees the nasties before any of you will, because for some reason he's on every nasty list 1,000 times.
Okay. Yeah.
Lucky him.
Yeah.
So the more last story is create some email address for yourself somewhere or other, and then send it with every possible response that you could have.
The thing is, you can't get the amount of spam he's getting that way. I said he was getting 10 megabits of SYN packets starting off TCP negotiations at times.
I think we should start up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start. All right, I'll go outside and announce it.
We're starting up again here momentarily.
screensaver.
Oh yeah, X screensaver. Yeah, I love it.
Love quotes.
Kelsey.
The only thing I like about Gentoo is that you put Fortune just in one build and builds all these the mods, all the code databases automatically. Just downloads them all. It's got them all archived. And you have an option there for offensive too, so you can download the offensive ones.
This is a feature of Gentoo now?
Yeah, it's part of the merge. You just do Fortune mod all, and it gets all the different databases of Fortune. All right, let's go ahead and move along to Metasploit. Metasploit is another application exploitation framework or operating system framework. Super nice GUI. It is free. Version 2 is written in Perl. Version 3 is written in Ruby. You can get the alpha version soon. They're working on some legal language. But Ruby is the next direction for Metasploit. And it is pretty cool.
Why?
Why is it cool?
Why change?
There's a lot more flexibility with Ruby. They were coming to a lot of roadblocks with Perl in some of the features they wanted with it. They've got you want to email H3, he's got a whole laundry list. Alright, the core developers are well respected in the InfoSec community. They are also pen testers or researchers or college students. They've been around for a while. They do good work. They release the information. They work with companies as much as companies work with them. They are reliable and thoroughly tested, the exploits themselves. They don't want to release an exploit unless they've done due diligence on how well it works. In version 3, they're going to be releasing some alpha-based exploits. They're not 100% tested, but the idea was that, you know, it's better for the community to have these available than to hold on to them just because they don't work in, you know, Swahili version of XP, version, you know, SP0. It is easy to develop and expand for your own research using Metasploit. Very easy. It does contain multiple payloads. BSDI, BSD, Solaris, both Spark and x86, IRIX, OS X, Linux, and 132. I've not seen the AIX stuff on here, so. It does have multiple payload encoders, but those are different ways to hide the payload from intrusion detection systems like Snort or ISS, real network sensors, and host-based IDS. The purpose, like I said earlier, the purpose of security researchers is to push the bar forward. This is part of that push. To say that you're looking for payload code, but you know it's not going to be that easy. It's never that easy because the bad guys are looking at this stuff as well. The ones that aren't releasing this information. And like I said, great for research and development. And much, much more. Okay, so there are many tools within the framework that you get as a base. I'm only going to talk about version 2.5 of the framework, because that's really tested and works well. MSFPE scan. What this does is takes a Windows DLL and looks for assembly combinations that are useful for exploitation. The jump calls, the pop-pop returns. It's easy to take that, let me take, there you go. No, that's good. Okay, so in an exploit, you're going to have hex code, which is actually location where certain calls are made in assembly. Well, you're going to have to actually tell EIP, which is the instruction pointer, to go to this point and then come back to me. Well, that's what these do. They pop off the different registers and then send a return. So this MSFPE scan will give you that information. It also will give you some detailed information about the DLL itself. So for general researchers, lots of good information. And it goes on and on and on, I'll just let it go from there. Even telling you the DLL version. So if you come to wanting to know who wrote this DLL or what version is it, let's say you're doing forensic analysis on a system, and you want to make sure that the patches were applied, well, this is a way you can almost tell. But that's not it. Okay. MS-ELF scan. Similar to the PE scan, but it's for the ELF binaries. MSF payload generates the payload code itself, which is used in exploits. Like I said, there are many different operating system payloads available in Metasploit. MSF encode encodes them with certain variations, XOR encryption, or all ASCII character, shellcode, Unicode, whichever. For researchers, like I said, for researchers, this is a good tool. And of course, there's the 3 core exploit utilities: MSF CLI, command line interface, console, which is kind of another command line, but it's a console based, and then web for those that like GUIs. Okay, so the encoders. Here are the different encoding types. Alpha 2, which is Skyline's Alpha 2, alphanumerics. So the exploit code will be normal ASCII characters. XOR, of course, XOR encryption. Different variations. So obviously, if you yourself are trying to develop a new encoding method for your payload, you can use Metasploit to help test this out. Just by expanding the MSF encode utility, or the actual PMs that it calls. The different payloads, like I said, there are variations, lots of variations of BSD, Linux, OS X, 132 is a lot, Solaris. And these are all the variations of the payload itself, or the actual payloads themselves. You want exploits? You got exploits. A lot of exploits, actually, and they're updated as they come out. There's a new one with the Microsoft BMP Windows Media Player that is available to test with. And so you can write your own. I actually have one in here. I took it out. Did I? I guess I did. Yeah, I've got a couple that I've written myself that are not in here, but they're not really releasable.
What's the PM extension?
PM is for Perl module.
Oh, of course.
Okay, so quickly looking at one of the payloads, and then the Linux bind payload, give you a history of what it is or what it can do and the options available for it. What this does, of course, is on the Linux 32-bit system, bind a shell at a port given, L port 444, which is the default port. Quick and easy way to detect when someone's using Metasploit that doesn't know it, or is a kid, look for any connections on 4444. By default, that's what it does. We actually have some of our customers that block that on the routers. It's a quick and easy fix. It stops the kids, but it doesn't really stop those that know about this option. So it doesn't stop you anymore. Yeah.
Do you mean blocking on the internet side or internally on the routers?
Whichever. Wherever you want. I mean, 4444, do you ever really use it for anything? Maybe. I don't know.
We block everything on the internet routers except what's actually needed.
What a wise idea.
That's all.
Wonder why.
Okay, so what MSF payload will do, will create the actual payload code for you. By default, it creates it in this Perl format. And that's the actual shellcode for, you can place into Perl, you can tell it's Perl that has dots at the end. And put it into your exploit code if you want. Or, do whatever. But all those payloads I showed earlier, you do the same thing with them. You can create any payload out of all these. So remember earlier the slide I had, there were all these, who has the shellcode for BSD? Well, now you gotta write one in each one. Well, because Metasploit has all these built in, it can use this one exploit against multiple machines or multiple operating systems, as well as researching. I was gonna say researching. Alright, so P says print it, just prints in Perl format. Now let's encode it. That code is now hex alpha numerated, alpha numbers coded. So it just hides the payload more. And each time you run this, it might have different variations. You can add different changes to the MS FN code. FN code. Okay, let's run by example. Routine fan. Oh, I'm not going to use LSS, I'm going to use RPC-decom, but the process is the same. You found a vulnerable system to MS0411, it happens. You track down something that claims it's not exploitable because they've done something to fix it. They put the patch, or they looked at it sternly. And I'm sure scanners can lie. They can. But management says, exploit them. I want to know if this is really vulnerable or not, because my tool keeps saying over and over again, this guy's vulnerable. And he keeps saying, I've patched it, I've patched it, I've patched it. There's only one way to really tell if it's true. Rebuild the system or exploit it. Just let you read these.
Yep.
So, one person reading these slides during preparation looked at the first bullet item and said, that's the real Schwartzian transform.
Have you had Randall here to give a talk?
No, actually.
So, yeah.
He was unavailable.
He's not, he's still tied up in the... Right, like the VMware server is free. They are releasing a VMware that will be able to generate VM images and run them. Right now they have one called VM Player, so you can take an existing VM image and play it without having to have license, having to pay for a VM license. So definitely, if you're interested in doing research, build your own lab, don't use the internet, you will find yourself in trouble. There's lots of people out there who don't know.
I think you want to also state that you really don't want to have a wire from the VM system to the internet. In general, it's a good idea.
In general, it's a bad idea. But yeah, let's say you're in a hotel room and you want to go back home, or you want to, just see what happens. Okay. With all your permissions in hand, you find the vulnerable system. You attack it with Metasploit, this one command line right here. Drops you to a command prompt. That's all it takes. In a very basic way.
Is this port independent? You can use any port? I can circumvent a firewall on HTTP with this tool and get a command line on an exploitable machine?
Let's say you can exploit you have a firewall with multiple servers on it. One of them is vulnerable that you can connect into. The other 5 or so are vulnerable, but the firewall is blocking them. Well, there are payloads here that will allow you to do port forwarding. So you actually exploit the one system, and you tell your further exploits, go through this one to attack 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, yeah, as long as the old adage is you're only as strong as your weakest link. And so if one goes down because of a vulnerability, and they all have a vulnerability, but the firewalls are blocking only half of them, it doesn't really help.
So the 132 bind is going to exploit what, 53?
Now 132 bind actually binds a listener back to your machine. So it'll connect back to you. So what this does is, what this payload does is runs a command shell prompt and sends it back to you on port 4444. That's what the L port, which I don't have on here, says local port. There are definitely different options available for each payload. Let me Okay, so like the options here, we have L port 4444, exit function, the exception handler. You can do variations in that. It changes the way the payload code looks out. So when you're here, you simply add these as options. Payload 132 bind, L port equals whatever, and then let's see, what is my next one? Oh yeah, real life demo. Okay. So, and so we can change the L port to exploit, and you can see it comes back on 5512 instead. And there are other variations of other payloads you can do. Since it knows this is a 132, it's going to show you the 132 payloads. One of our favorites, VNC inject, creates a VNC listener and actually executes VNC on the server itself.
Oh, that's funny. So, yeah, but they have to have VNC server running on that server, don't they?
They don't.
No. How do you get the, no.
It sends it.
Right. Oh. Scary.
Yes, good exploits always fetch all the tools they need to get back to where they need to go.
So, as you look back here, he sends uploads the DLL memory. That can be any DLL. They have an option, what is that, interpreter, that allows you to expand the DLL for whatever functions you want, whatever you write in C code. One of those functions is like pulling the SAM file, the secret database, the account information from Windows. Port forwarder, like one thing you saw in Canvas is screenshots. Well, you could do that as well in Metasploit if you just wrote it yourself. You extended it. So, yes?
Are you explaining the key stack that's being used by Windows XP? And if so, does the built-in firewall that's there, does that prevent this attack from occurring if it is on?
If you cannot get to the port, then you can't exploit it. You cannot. So, because these are network-based attacks, it requires that to be able to communicate and throw it down. Yes?
I'm familiar with that, and I have, we've had to, in the past I have had to allow VNC into the XP host. It's not there by default.
Right.
So this would not work on that particular box that was firewall that didn't have the VNC service enabled. Am I correct?
No, this doesn't matter if you have VNC or not. What this does is this sends the VNC server to the process, kicks it off, and says, all right, inject yourself into the process.
What's the destination port you're using?
This is the default 4444.
Okay.
Because what it does, it connects back to me and shelves everything through this command line, or this command process.
Why would 4444 be enabled by default on an XP firewall?
No, it has nothing to do with.
It has nothing to do with any
that.
of this?
444 is what I'm listening on. The way this
you're
payload
arbitrarily
works.
picking 4444.
Right, I exploit 135, RPC decom. The exploit there says, all right, you've now overflown that buffer, you control the EIP, now what do you want to do? Well, I took the payload code, which is the VNC bind inject, and said, run this. What does it do? It connects back to me, 444, and everything really works.
If I had turned off the server service on the system, you'd still be able to hack it. Because then the 134 probably
Even if you turn off service, sometimes DCE is still around.
DCE is only enabled if you have Active Directory installed.
None of this matters.
None of it matters.
Because it doesn't matter which way he breaks into the first box. Right? All he has to do is break in once using whatever service that box has that's vulnerable.
I'm asking him because I want to make sure I minimize the ability for somebody to hack into it. That's why I asked.
Well, minimize.
Yeah, because he's downloading everything he needs.
Right, but if you're patched, if you're firewalled, I can't send things to your systems, then I can't get to it.
Sure, I understand. I'm just trying to understand how the
Well,
process.
my point was that normally in a firewall, you have to, there's certain ports that you have to leave open. Your mail ports, your HTTP ports you want, so that people can.
But is that the port on the server that's vulnerable, or is it just allowed to the firewall in general?
Well, normally, most enterprises are gonna let HTTP in because they have an HTTP server, whether they put it on a DMZ, whether they put it on a shielded network, they put it somewhere.
Okay, so this HTTP server,
So
is
that's
it
a
a Windows
vulnerable
box,
port.
or is it an Apache? Does that service have a vulnerability on it? If it does, then I can now use this tool to go into your system and throughout.
I've never known IIS to have any vulnerability.
I should have brought my MI3 down. It's the worst quest statement I've ever heard. Yeah.
In your experience, or do you have any experience with the hardening scripts at CIS, and how well do they work to prevent Metasploit exploits?
Oh, the hardening scripts.
As a Center for Internet Security.
I I've never really applied them. I've worked in Bastille, of course, but that's shuts everything off, which it's supposed to. But
Yeah,
Windows is just
the
a
CIS
big
and Bastille
piece.
is very similar, the same people.
Yeah, if you're looking at trying to harden a Windows box, good luck. It's possible. Like I said, the best one's unplugged and powered off in the corner. But it is possible to harden it to the point where it's only the functions you need to have are there. You can turn off servers, you can disable all the RPC binds, you can, take everything off, only IP only, and you might be okay.
So if you're using Windows boxes to do business on the internet, you're screwed.
No, you're not screwed. You just have to firewall it and assess your risk.
It still becomes an acceptable risk.
Right,
With
but
your
that's
trade
what we all
secrets.
are. We all have acceptable risks. I mean, the secretary is an acceptable risk. Just because she has 15 passwords under her desk is, so we got to protect them.
All the employees in the company are acceptable risks.
Exactly.
Matter of trust.
Matter of trust. Okay.
Some of the employees are acceptable risks.
All right. Just because I didn't want to just harp on Windows too much.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Which is the command line for which exploit you're actually doing on this one? Is it decom? Is the
Oh yeah, this is the line itself. The actual decom. I've shortened it.
Does it have a list of decom exploits that it searches through, or how does it?
Well, yeah, it knows decom. It only has one decom exploit.
Okay.
And so when I just put decom, it knows that one exploit. If I was to just put MSFCLI, I'll get the long list of all exploits. And then I can put in Samba, and I see all the Samba exploits.
Okay.
Or,
and then there are modules.
so I mentioned IIS, and there are a couple, not too many.
That was a joke.
I certainly hope so.
Although you know NASA, Okay, I'll use a different one for this one. Okay, so I didn't want to just harp on Windows. Linux has its own problems. Samba has its problems.
Although, please state that the percentage matters here.
It's not my job, come on.
Yes, it is.
Whatever I can get, I get, man. Whatever I want, I'll take it. Percentage does matter in the fact that there are more Windows boxes out there that these worms that hit LSAS, the decom, Slammer, all those, they wouldn't have hit if there wasn't such a widespread usage of it. So, yes.
Well, like you're talking about Samba now. Well, Samba, what does Samba do? What does Samba give you? It gives you an interface between what and what. Okay? So
Could be two Unix systems that want to share over files.
yeah, with what? That very, very.
With an SMB protocol. It wasn't from Microsoft. It was
I know,
the SMB, but
where are you sharing it? You're sharing it to something totally.
oh, it could be BSD to Linux to Solaris. They all run Samba.
Well,
Mac runs something.
yeah, but 90% of the desktops out there are what? Shit. Yeah, that's a good word. I'll go with that one.
Are we waiting for a prompt?
No, you don't get a prompt from some of these. You're actually in the shell. But yeah, as you can see, immediately you got root access on this localhost.
Why don't we get that? What is that? Is that a Linux box we're on?
That's a Linux box. Yes.
Samba. Why don't we get a prompt?
No, it's not. It's because the payload doesn't actually give you a prompt. I mean, I could.
No, now you don't have root privilege at that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to command prompt? I can't see the command prompt. Is it found?
It's not a prompt. It's not there.
Oh, wait, I have access password.
Does Jeremy Allison know about this backdoor into the love protocol?
I told you I had anything good on here. But yeah, I'm definitely root on this. Samba runs as root, and this exploit happened before it tries to drop, if it drops. But yeah, there are lots of different payloads available. So, and they just do various different things, different functions. If you don't have, we mainly use the bind one, we could do add user, do a stage bind shell. So if you only have a small section of memory, you load a preloader first, then it goes get the rest of the code somewhere else. So if you only have a small space. Yeah.
Is there any correlation between any of the scanning tools like Nessus or any of the others that will correlate between these exploits and what the Nessus scan will find and say are vulnerabilities on the machine? So you can correlate and kind of say, well, you wanted this can exploit this in a Nessus scan.
There is a tool SensePost put together that will kind of combine a scanning tool, Nessus I believe, with Metasploit, to essentially do what Canvas does and what Core Impact does, where it just scans out, looks for vulnerabilities, and then exploits them. In version 3 of Metasploit, they are going to look at reconnaissance more. They're doing quite a few changes in 3, so we'll see what happens with that.
When do you expect 3 to be out?
They're working on some legal language right now because someone took Metasploit and started selling it. And so they're trying to work out something that they can still use it or provide it to everybody, but not get it right by someone that's making money off of it. And of course, there's always the GUI, which is basically a web server running locally. All your different applications or different exploits. So those that like GUIs, you can use it. So I do not recommend it on any enterprise level exploitation. Do it once you do it as a command system. There's one called Socket Ninja, which will help you if you do many exploits at once. But those are much more advanced features of this tool. Okay. Any questions on Metasploit? No. Hi.
This
Yes.
is really making our job challenging.
It does change things a little bit, but like I said, it pushes the envelope.
It pushes the envelope, it'll raise the baseline.
Right, right. I mean, as we said earlier, had these Windows boxes not been listening on these ports, these vulnerabilities on millions of systems, we wouldn't have had these worms. Or they wouldn't have been as widespread. It wouldn't have been affecting, Bank of America, taking down their ATMs because of Microsoft SQL Server. I mean, they're just...
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
And what was the...
CNN one?
There was the CNN one, what was the earlier one that was...
Boeing got hit.
Yeah, Boeing. The other one that did, or combination of Windows and Apache vulnerabilities at once. Whatever. But yeah, it does make our jobs more difficult, but that's good because it makes us more secure in the long run. Yes.
Other than what happened recently at the University of Arizona, how many exploits of OS X are you aware of?
Well.
Journalism Department computers in Arizona, which were OS X got hit. It was announced last week.
Actually, was it OS X that got hit? I don't think it was.
The reports say OS X. The reports also say they think it was due to password guessing.
Yeah, so.
That's not an OS X issue, that's a.
Can
I ask you a question?
Yeah.
It's OS X uses the Samba code in OS X itself. Does the exploit that you just did with Samba, is that also a
Well, there is a variation, as you see right above, the Samba trans to open overflow in Mac OS X. So there is an exploit available for it. It is only for 2.20 to 2.2.8.
Oh, okay, so that's pretty old.
Pretty old stuff. Doesn't mean it's not found, but it is older.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on to Karma. Should be a pretty quick one, as long as the demonstration works right. Karma is a tool, research tool, from Dino Devavi, Shane something or other. Dino and K2 wrote it to kind of research how Windows handles wireless clients. In the last few months at the ShmooCon, Smith Nomad and a couple of the Shmoo guys also came up with some new ideas which are really the same thing as Karma. Karma's been doing this since about 2004. Okay, so Karma stands for Karma Attacks Radio Machines Automatically. Alright, here we are. This is a quick one, you can probably read it at the Theta 44 site, but they actually went to Microsoft and showed them this tool. This was at the Blue Hat conference that Microsoft puts together. They went in with their tool and said, all right, you know that you have problems. They went, no, we don't. We have strong wireless security in SP2. It's not a big problem. And they open up their laptops and all of a sudden they're getting connected to these things. So pushing the bar forward, pushing it forward. Okay, so the history of it, first shown at PAX Echo 4. MediaSec had a shindig in January 05 that they showed it at. Microsoft Blue Hat was later on. The CanSec Core 05 conference was their major, really unveiling of it. And still a couple places, the IEEE Assurance Workshop, and they're still updating and improving it as it goes along. It's written in Ruby. It uses a lot of core functionality of the window of HTTP and like. Okay. A lot of when I said the first site Leveling ripped from, honestly this was totally ripped from their presentation. I did that because they have the best information. You can get this presentation directly from them, or you can get it at the my place as well. And mine's really just 3 files. Alright, so what wireless systems do is they're improving. They're putting WPA out, putting MAC address filtering, they're trying to hide SSIDs, they're trying to become more secure. The problem is mobile clients are still a problem. Like here. You came in, you sat down, and you opened up your laptop and you connected to the wireless network here at Yahoo, put in your information. That looks like it's pretty good secure. And that's true, it would. But your client can be compromised while you're connected to that, because you're connected, now everybody else is connected. And it's an open area. If that web key had been shared to others, they might still have it as well. But so as you're doing traffic on wireless, it can be sniffed. Yes?
Although the problem is obviously more prevalent or wider, it's still the same problem that you had when you had your laptops going home with you, and on your compromised network at home because your kid downloaded something on your home computer, you connected to your homeland, And every time you went to any client office, you had the same problem. You connected to their LAN, any of their compromised systems could have hit you.
That is always a problem. Wireless is more pervasive of a problem because of things like T-Mobile hotspots,
Right.
airport hotspots. And as I'll show here, just the fact of having a wireless card and running Windows is a problem. Okay, more motivation. The paradigm shift in the wireless threat of attacking the client itself. We've attacked the network. We've killed web. Web is dead. Now we have to connect the client if we're going to actually get the next level. So, nightmare scenario. The target is identified wireless clients, gets on the same network as the victim, exploits the client's vulnerability, and then gets remote access to the secure network behind it. Right. That's always been a problem.
So what you're saying
It's
is
nothing new.
you exploit the client and leave a sleeper in there until they go home.
That's a possibility. But it can happen on a wired network. It can happen in a hotel network as you're sitting there, late at night. While you're asleep, your laptop is just listening. Alright, so here's some recent wireless research. Like I said, the ShmooCon. Wi-Fi trickery, how to secure break and half moment Wi-Fi. Voice over IP, Wi-Fi phone security analysis. Evil Bastard, Rainbow and the Great Dane, which was a pretty nice presentation I hear of just many different Wi-Fi issues that they've been researching. And of course, IDS and IPS of wireless is a new enterprise, so researchers are going to look at those as well to find out, do they do the job? How can we circumvent them and make them better? And Simple Nomad's Taken in Friendly Skies. I don't remember him being at Core, so I don't know if he saw the comment, but it pretty much is the same thing. He was sitting there listening with a laptop and seeing who all is probing. Okay, so in Windows, you have something called automatic wireless network selection. Mac does kind of have this, but it's really a big Windows thing. Its purpose is to reconnect to a trusted, known wireless network, something you've been at before. So the operating system maintains a list of those SSIDs and encryption methods if they exist. So when you go to a site and you open up your laptop, your wireless card, and there it's going to go, I want to talk to Home, I want to talk to T-Mobile, I want to talk to H-Honors, I want to talk to Yahoo, whatever. It probes. It tries to find those homes because it wants to connect. For Windows, it does it all the time. For Mac, it only comes when it logs on or you come back from sleep mode. Alright, so here's how Windows XP does this. Takes a list of available networks and sends a probe request out in the wireless world. Access points that are within the range of that probe respond and go, here I am, here's my MAC address, here's who I am, and then it connects to them. It says, alright, I want to talk to you. Is anyone starting to make a connection as to why this might not be a good idea? Okay, if no one's there, and there's no preferred thing, Microsoft does something really, really interesting. It makes its own. It makes its own pull request. And tries and tries and tries, and then gives itself an IP address of the 169.254 network. It's automatic IP configuration. I jumped ahead, but okay.
Actually, when you jumped ahead, there was one part you skipped, which is the part where it sounded like, from your slide, first he says, hey, is there anybody out there? And then he looks at all the responses, and then he says, oh, okay, well, is, mycompany.com out there?
Right.
Is my favorite home network out there? In other words, he then tells everybody, oh, by the way, my favorite networks are this one, this one, this one, and this one.
Right.
Okay.
That's exactly right. So he's sending this probes out and he went, I want to talk to these people. And this one shows if they're there, they talk back. That's just good. But, okay, they talk back. So, now if the automatically connect non-preferred networks is enabled, which is disabled by default, in SP2, it will connect to the networks in order they were detected. So, if you say, I want to connect to these networks all the time, the first one that comes back and says, I'm T-Mobile, and if you're in a preferred network, it connects. And down the line, if that's not really there. Otherwise, it waits for you to select your own preferred network, or it generates a random SSID. and then restarts itself. Why it generates at random 1, I'm not really sure. I haven't heard the answer yet. Okay, so where are the weaknesses in this? Obviously, the pull request for the SSIDs to preferred networks. The unencrypted networks are identified, authenticated only by the SSID. And an ad hoc network is detectable and immediately usable. So without any special software, you can go ad hoc with somebody else in most cases. Okay, so what an attacker is going to do is sniff for regular traffic, find out what the local IP subnet is. Just because when you connect, you want to be in that subnet. You create a stronger signal because in the AP world, in wireless world, the strongest signal strength wins. So as long as I can overpower the AP, I can become an AP. As I want to create more preferred network, I disassociate frames. I send the dissociation frames to the client. He receives them, disconnects, then runs a probe all over again. See, because he lost connection. Yes?
Yeah, just take any special antenna or anything so you don't override the.
It could, yeah.
Well, if you're closer than the AP.
Yeah, if you're closer to the AP.
Right, if you're closer, or if you want a better antenna. I think at Core they had this huge antenna they made. It was about, off the ground, about this high, just blasting on everybody, making us all, we don't want to have babies, but that's okay.
No. Remember, this is exactly the same frequency as microwaves. That's why we're allowed to have it.
I know, that's right. Okay, so this kind of shows that the dissociation frame, client sends the specific probe requests, and then we learn who they are. Then the attacker creates a rogue access point with the SSID, because we just learned all this probe information. Victim associates, even if the SP0, even if it was wet configured, if you're in SP0, it said, okay, you're not wet, that's fine. So it doesn't care that you defined it as wet, just lets it through anyways. And then the attacker sets the DHCP, DNS, all the other stuff, and now that client is connected to this attacker's system and thinks that they're connected to their network. So if this attacker is local to a point where they put this laptop somewhere that's connected on the network, gets all these wireless clients connected to them, goes through them for all traffic. Now they're sniffing everything. K-enable is now involved. EtherCap is available. They control the DNS results. They control the web servers that they can get to. They control wherever you go, just because of this wireless thing. Just because of the probes. Yes?
I still don't understand how they get around the authentication encryption.
That's only in SP0. If you have Windows XP SP0 and you have a preferred network web defined, it will connect. SP1, fix that. So now it would require that the web exists, or WPA or whatever. And that's based on the client having that.
I think my question is, will this work with 802.11i or with WPA?
This doesn't even go that far. This is simply making a new connection based upon your probe.
Okay, so it's like a man in the middle type.
Exactly, it's what it is, the man in the middle. Okay, so improving this attack. Right now we're now looking at one access point, one SSID at a time. What if we want to become all access points? What if we want to act on any network that the client is connected to? What if we don't want to learn beforehand what they are? We just want to have them connect, because we don't care what they probe. We don't want to type that in every single time. And what if we want to have continuous attacks? Well, that's what Karma does. Karma runs a software. It's a modified MAD Wi-Fi driver to listen to probe requests and become an AP. Runs on laptop. Any client that's within range will connect with a preferred network. Linksys, T-Mobile, Johnners, whatever. Any client with at least one unencrypted preferred network will join if there's no legitimate connection available. So let's say you have your office set up, or your home, and it's WPA, and it's web, or whatever. You have that set, but now you're at T-Mobile, or you're just out of that range. If you ever went to a hotel and connected to their wireless network, or to McDonald's or airport, that access point, SSID, is in your preferred networks. It's there. You'll probe for it. So because you have this one network that is defined with REC and WPA or whatever, it doesn't matter. You have some others. So we'll just go down the line until you actually connect, and we'll take it. Okay. Remember back how Windows created this random SSID? Well, it sends out a probe request with this random SSID. We'll respond with that probe request as the AP associates, you get connected, and you're good to go. This is verified on Windows Prism 2 and Orinoco, the Hermes cards. Hermes. It also does work on Cisco cards. If you add some of the applications that control the cards will stop this as well, but because they don't allow Windows to do the automatic authentication, we don't create the SSIDs, they control the access therein. So some of the, we found that the Atheros drivers for Windows didn't work with Karma, with this attack. And also is fixed in Longhorn, Vista, whatever you want to call it, out in 2 years, right? Okay.
You don't need to be secure before that.
Yeah, one thing I learned is, it's going to have an immediate IPv6 tunnel in it from Vista. I like that. All right. Well, the for vulnerable probe networks, with we're not going over that. But the thing on the web key here is that one thing the web does is it sends a challenge response, or a challenge, waits for a response. You send it all zeros, and then you get the first part of the key string at least. So it won't accept the full handshake because it's not a very good key to start with, but you at least get a good start. It doesn't really matter because with web, 5 minutes and web 128 is dead. So it doesn't. That's just a. I don't really care about that one. Okay, for Apple, Mac OS X, it's not immune, but it's better. It maintains its own list of trusted wireless networks. The user can't edit it. This was a slide as of a few months ago. I don't know if that's changed yet. Only when the user logs in or your laptop comes away from sleep will it probe. It's only sent once. It's not continuous like Windows is, so you have less of a chance of observing it. If never found, it's set to another dynamic SSID with a 40-bit web encryption, but with a static key, of course. After waking from sleep mode, the SSID is set to dummy SSID and will associate with the plain text 40-bit web key with the above key. So the static key is apparently available. I haven't done much OS X wireless hacking, so I don't know what that is. 10.4 Tiger's got a GUI now to edit this list, so that obviously has been changing, and as they research it, they'll update more. Okay, so are there any defenses to this? Yes. Keep it turned off when you're not using it. Only keep secure networks in your preferred networks list. Web, WPA, O21A, 1I, X1X, whatever. Remove any insecure network after you're done using it. Let's say you want to connect to T-Mobile or your hotel. Take it out when you're done. And prevent mobile clients from connecting to sensitive networks. Meaning, if you have a secret or top secret environment, you don't want wireless laptops around. That's just a quick and easy thing. Okay, so let's get some karma here. Basically, it tracks client's web MAC address, looks at the scanning associated, records the preferred networks. Yes.
In the company I'm currently working at, we have quite a few access points, but most of the access points are put on public networks, so if someone hacks into it, they can only get the public network, and you need to use a VPN pointer to be able to connect to the corporate network internally. Is that a pretty secure model at that point? I mean, we can't roam, which is one of the drawbacks, but at least they're using a VPN tunnel.
I'll let you be the judge of that in just a few minutes.
Sure.
what Karma does, it does target a specific client based on the probe. We've gone over all these. Okay, the probe monitor looks like this. I've got it, had it running a little bit. I don't know if you can see any of your internal networks. Green Room, Garibaldi, Apple Store, Usenix, Sojourner is often a lot. Man Air, Wayport Access.
Well, Sojourner is, by the way, written on the board there as what we're supposed to use for this room.
I haven't looked at that. Okay, so Wayport Access. So you can see that you're going to probe out for many things. It's going to see that. And then you might see your MAC address up there too. Sorry. All this is listening. So, the actual Karma attack itself, like I said earlier, is a modified MAD Wi-Fi driver. MAD Wi-Fi is new Atheros drivers for Linux. It contains a rogue DHCP server, a rogue DNS server, POP3 and FTP server, so you can capture plain text credentials. So if you're not doing plain text, or if you're doing plain text, you should be shot anyways. And it has a web server as well to do any redirects. So when you connect to my laptop, which will be automatic in some cases, I control everything. I control what web servers you get to. When's the last time you patched Internet Explorer? When's the last time you upgraded Microsoft, or when's the last time you updated Microsoft anything? When's the last time you did Firefox, or any of those kind of client things that you do normal day in, day out? How many are still running 1.0.6 Firefox? Or 7? Okay, so let's hope this works. Alright, what I've got here, we can kind of see it. Let's bring this one up. I'm listening on a 5150, one of my favorite ports, at the top here, on a netcat. So I'm waiting for somebody to connect to it. I've seen all these probes here, and specifically I like this Verse guy because I know him. But hopefully he'll be the one that connects me, not any of you guys. So we'll run Karma, and run it again. There we go. Okay. So.
Why'd you run it 3 times?
I had to.
I'm connected.
You're connected already. Okay. So what he did is he sent a probe. I responded back as an AP, and now I'm connected to him.
And I think I'm connected to the Cisco network.
Cisco. Okay. So as you can see, his IP address I gave him was 252. I can now ping him as 252. One thing I can easily do, I'll do that. Is Metasploit. This may or may not work because I'm using the VNC, but there we go. Slowly but surely. You can even see it. But there'll be a little dialog box popped up.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I have one quick question.
Yeah.
Is there any protection on that particular client? There's no Wi-Fi or anything like that. It's just strictly web.
No, he's just a basic Windows box rebuilt.
Okay.
And plugged in Cisco wireless card. Windows XP. Well, yeah, it's standard XP driver. This all we did was load Windows.
Okay.
And popped in a Cisco card. That's it.
Nothing.
Nothing else.
And it's XP0? Or SP0 rather? Or?
This is SP1.
SP1. Okay.
Yeah. Just so you know, I'm not connected to the wire. So.
Playing with vanilla the way end users use.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so there's that. But certainly you can attack them as they're connected. It's really slow, this wireless. The problem with the ad hocs is that it doesn't always stay connected. Let me kill this.
We have the security.
Why don't, hey, there we go. Somebody connected to me and just trying to go. Sorry about this. Oh, someone else did connect to me. Yeah, whoever need help, someone needs help.
I had a quick question too. Does this have, can you exploit with a keystroke monitor? So if I throw an keystroke monitor on that, and if he's bringing up a VPN tunnel, captures the credentials?
Exactly what's going on here. I'm not keystroking it, but as you can see, he's doing GET requests to certain servers. He's doing DNS lookups for Yahoo.com corporate.
Do you mind turning that off, please?
And what?
Do you mind not listening to our corporate network, please?
Busted. Busted, dude.
I can't help that you guys are connecting to me.
Lawyers.
So it's a.
I've got one thing that if you guys were on a plane, I'd see the same thing. I wanted, you really can't see it, but yeah. So I wanted to show the plan. Yeah. One thing that I had here is as you're going to this web page, I can send the web exploits as well, the IE-based exploits. So as what I had was the ANI exploit. We actually had to click on it to do it, but it came up with a big screen that says, click here to, and it would connect back to me because I'm controlling all the content that can go in and out of the system. If I was connected to the internal network, I could let everything go through. So I could listen to it. I can listen to the IPsec startup. Now, granted, an IPsec startup's not going to grab that much, but it's information. It's information that you don't normally want to give out. I can also, if you're doing IMAP or POP3, I can act as that server and grab those credentials as you're sending them. I can listen as you're going across if you're not doing SSL encryption. That's the risk of wireless, of these wireless clients, is that they, the way Windows did it, they'll accept anybody. Yes?
So how do you recommend securing?
Where was that?
Of course, that's like Mr. Bird's letter, and that's how you make money. Going to companies and telling them how to secure it.
I don't think that way.
Well, I mean,
others do, but
you got a new consulting firm. I mean, you got a new client right here. You got him.
No, because he's employed full time for somebody else already. So.
You can use segregation.
Oh, sure.
And we got people downstairs trying to do some work.
Oh, sure.
But that's the other thing I'm asking for is, please don't stop people from doing work and trying to demonstrate a tool for hacking into a network.
But anyone can go in your parking lot.
But he's not penetrating, he's not getting anything out of it. He's just preventing people from doing work. He's not getting any credentials.
I doubt they're even connecting to me because this antenna is not that strong.
Yeah.
Then how are you actually seeing people trying to connect to our exchange server?
Because someone that might be close by.
He just doesn't traffic.
It could be his box.
It's not like you're getting anything useful out of that connection. You're just blocking someone here from doing some work. That's all I was asking.
Yeah. Well,
actually, in this case, I don't believe he was blocking him because they weren't attempting to associate to him.
That had a subset of that was an IT audit. That had a subset of that was a security audit. So we learned a lot 5 years ago, maybe. We entered into this second generation. People realized consulting, you needed specialized firms like, back then it was RipTech or Pilot Networks on the West Coast. Sleeves Group, if you remember, a while back. Or Southern California, there was Zona Trust. Seattle, there was Breakwater. Or At Stake, of course. Many of these are now parts of other organizations and Symantec and such. But fundamentally, people realize security is its own niche. And you need specialized people to do this from a consulting standpoint. From a tool standpoint, there was an evolutionary leap where you took a bunch of these little one-off audit tools, password crackers, network mappers, etc., and you rolled them into one tool that was the emergence, fundamentally, of a comprehensive vulnerability management tool. Satan, Dan Farmer's tool, was probably one of the first. Nessus is the most widely, of course, known open source of these. Internet Scanner was the 5 years ago most widely used, even arguably today, the most widely used commercial tool in this space. Third generation tools, this is when the emergence of this 3 years ago, Foundstone and Qualys, Qualys being local, Foundstone being a Southern California company, now part of McAfee, simultaneously invented vulnerability management. The emergence of this came along like this. There were people trying to scan many 100,000 node networks, 300,000 and 400,000 nodes on their network, and more in some instances. To do that, the old paradigm of load a scanner on a laptop, target 200 systems, assess those systems, more specifically, set some parameters for what we want to see in our report, assess those systems with those parameters, and get a report with those settings, didn't really work anymore. Because you could do that on a number of hosts at a time, and you could do it at a point in time. Those are the big drawbacks of that. Fundamentally, we kind of all started to realize, look, the way to do this is to make it pretty regular. If we do this ad hoc or periodically, people would set out to do this, let's say, quarterly, which would often end up being 2 or 3 times a year. You get busy, there's other things to do. Or it would be a pre-audit function. So the consultants are coming in to certify what we're doing. Let's assess and get ready for the audit so we have a clean bill of health. And the limitations of that are, if you only assess once every quarter or less frequently, the impact of the systems you're scanning is going to be significant. There's often been many changes in the 3 months or 6 months since you scanned previously, sometimes causing a negative impact. These things are widely, these tools, even today, with a lot of planning and change window and testing, staging, there's still impact to them. Certainly, the tools of yesteryear were much more impact causing. Crash services, crash hosts. So that was one of the downsides of it that caused the emergence of this third generation of tools. The second was just the scale, right? If we're going to scan many hundreds of thousands of nodes, the only way to do that is to deploy multiple scanner instances. So you could take, there's several options, Qualys is one of them. I'm talking generically about the categories of tools and the space of tools. You could take laptops, let's say, load Nessus on them, schedule cron jobs to wake up Nessus and automate some scan launching. But fundamentally, you're going to have points of scanning presence. This is the one that Qualys has. And you can check it out after the presentation. But in our version, it's a 1U Linux. It's based loosely on the Red Hat 2.6 kernel originally, I think. Nick, tell me if you know that that's different. But today, it's mostly not that. It's been stripped of all unnecessary services, other than what's necessary simply to run Qualys. So it's kind of it's our own distribution we maintain. The multiple scanning instances. So if you're trying to look at, let's say I manage, hypothetically, Cisco's network, and I have 300,000 nodes on my network, and I need to get all that data into a central place. So if I'm going to use multiple scanner instances, it follows the necessitation after that is you have to have fundamentally, you're going to have a database aggregating all this data so you can have an enterprise-wide view of what you're up to with your scanning program, which is used in PCI compliance, Sarbanes-Oxley compliance, general health and maintenance of your network, and just general risk management, mitigating risk. So that's the emergence of this third generation tool. The thing here that's key from a quantum leap we made in the average state of vulnerability we were able to maintain in our networks when we moved to this third generation is we got out of a little bit, we got out of reactive and we got more into a proactive. That's the thing that made the biggest difference to the impact this had on our day-to-day health and maintenance. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? So instead of getting an as-needed list of the vulnerabilities on our network, the paradigm shift here, which is subtle but all the world of difference, we're going to scan just broadly, right? We're going to automate this stuff. We're going to do it during change windows. We're going to make it kick off by different, so Singapore is going to scan at this clock hour, Greenwich Mean Time, and then Hong Kong is going to scan at this clock hour, and San Francisco is going to scan at this clock hour, all midnight or during the day, depending upon what kind of scan we're trying to launch. So we're just going to scan on a scheduled basis and then populate this database. The value of that is we're going to have a consistently updated database of all of our vulnerabilities. And the subtle difference here is instead of setting parameters, scanning with those parameters, and producing a report, we fundamentally shifted to let's scan, totally separate notion, let's mine the database. So we want a different report, we just mine the database differently. If we want 3 different reports that say slightly different versions of the same thing, it's not 3 different scans, it's just 3 different versions of mining the database. So, 4th generation, this is where we're going. The future of all the vulnerability management tools, certainly Qualys. We have this database now, right, of consistently refreshed data on the vulnerability landscape of our organization. All of a sudden, this becomes really interesting to a bunch of things we're already trying to do. It becomes very interesting to policy compliance. It becomes very interesting to asset management. And what it's always been used for, of course, we get a lot more metrics on risk management. So that's where the future of this stuff is headed. Qualys in particular is unique in that we run software as a service. So like Salesforce.com or Postini or web-based mail accounts, or I don't know why nobody credits them with it, but what I think was probably one of the first software as a service applications is WebEx, which we're all, of course, familiar with. It's fundamentally a web application in a browser. So in the instance of Qualys, how this works, you would put on my network, I'm a corporate IT manager or sysadmin, I'm going to put a bunch of these out. Maybe as few as 1 for every 10,000 nodes I'm trying to audit. More commonly, it's going to be 1 for every security silo or zone. It's ineffective in many ways to scan through firewalls. It's a bad security paradigm to poke holes in firewalls to allow scanners through. Some people do it. It's easier to put more appliances behind every firewall. I put appliances in every geographic zone. So I'm going to put lots of appliances out, and in the Qualys model, these are cheap. There's very little capital expenditure, they're self-maintaining, and they're easily deployed. So these are the main reasons you wouldn't want a lot of appliances. So try and make it so you have lots of appliances. They're cheap. Specifically, they're $1,500 per appliance per year. So we put a whole bunch of these out on our network, 30, 20, depending upon how big our network is. To interact with that, we got an invite, so I'll start doing it if you guys are looking something. To interact with that appliance, you log in. Most commonly, you'll be here in your corporate network, and you can lock Qualys down to the point where that's the only place you can access it from, or you can access it from home, from wherever, any internet connection, any browser. I'm going to get into Qualys here from my laptop. So you log into fundamentally a web browser here at Qualys. You park a job here. This guy's going to pull out at a scheduled interval. In the recommended best practices, I say every 30 seconds makes a lot of sense. And he's going to, appliance is going to come out and talk to Qualys and say 3 things. Hi, I'm here from a heartbeat perspective. He calls out this appliance 443 only, outbound. Different architecture might necessitate allowing SSH access into this box for management and updates. And that's probably a flawed security model, security architecture. It's better this appliance calls out only, 443. So he calls out to Qualys and says, I'm here. Do you have any updates for me? And do you have any jobs for me? Updates being vulnerability signature updates, firmware updates, software upgrades, scan engine updates. So he'll come out here and periodically he'll find, oh, you do have a job for me. Great. Grabs the job, takes it back to your network. The job might say, I've scheduled Qualys to run on these 200 hosts with these settings for speed and these settings for comprehensiveness, checking for vulnerability X, Y, and Z, whatever parameters you want to configure. It pulls that down, launches that scan against those assets, and then pulls data back to the appliance. Here it encrypts it in SSL and sends it over to Qualys after tokenizing it. By tokenizing it, has everybody in here seen a copy of a vulnerability management report, some output of any one of these tools?
SDA, Microsoft.
Yeah, Microsoft Baseline Security Analyzer, any of them. Shablik, HF, NetCheck Pro,
Shablik, yeah,
Nessus, any of these, Internet Scanner. That's not what's getting sent back in the instance of Qualys to the Qualys Security Operations Center. What it is a vulnerability numbering system that Qualys uses. Is a QID, it's 1 to 20,000. An IP address, which if you're private addressed inside is kind of irrelevant once it becomes disassociated with who you are. So an IP address, a QID, a timestamp, so we know when this vulnerability was discovered, so we can report on trending. And another couple of unique identifiers. DNS name, WINS if you have it. And so that's all that gets sent back to Qualys. It's a text file. Our entire client database, we're scanning 16 million IP addresses a quarter right now. We have about 2,000 subscribers on the Qualys platform overall. And the entire client database, last I heard, statistics on this was like 80 gigs. So to give you perspective, it's a small amount of data, but it's text files. Then we want to get into that data. What we're doing is accessing the web browser and saying, we're querying it, saying, here's the info I want, give it back to me. So that's what's meant by software as a service in the Qualys model. It's an offsite database. The reason for this, of course, the obvious questions that come up are, what are the security controls around this? Right? Because 5 years ago, everybody was doing castle moat security, where it's like, let's build a defense around ourselves with a bunch of firewalls. And now with the advent of perimeter-less networks and mobile users, and there's a million ingress and egress points for our networks, people are a lot less concerned about this than they used to be. But castle moat security, people freak out and they go, hold on, I'm sending vulnerability data offsite, red flags going off, X, Y, and Z. I need to get more info about how that works. The data, once it's here, by the way, it's encrypted. This is an important note. AES encrypted with a hash. The passphrase for that hash is generated your username and password. So unique to you. So it's your credential. You can use two-factor if you want with RSA tokens, but unique to you is that data's encryption, and as such, Qualys, in fact, our customer support cannot see this data. So it's blind to us, it's blind to every other customer except you. And those in your organization, you enable to access this. So you go through and fundamentally assign rights to the different levels of people in your organization, assign them perhaps a range of assets that they have said rights on, and they have hierarchical, this person can read, this person can write, this person can do everything, create accounts, this person can change parameters, etc.
Where does the encryption happen?
SSL sends it from the appliance out, so it's not plain text, right?
Where does the data get encrypted? So does it go
at Qualys? Yeah.
At Qualys.
Your credentials stored at Qualys and it's encrypted at Qualys.
So data is then vulnerability data is collected from the appliance, not encrypted at that point, sent over SSL to the Qualys database, then encrypted with our credentials, and then stored in your database?
Correct.
Okay, there's a big hole in between there. So someone can actually, you don't change the appliance, or Qualys can then take a look at the data before it gets encrypted.
Right, and we're looking into certificate programs to do different authentication of who is talking back to Qualys from where. So far we've had no problem. We've passed audits from JP Morgan Chase and Morgan Stanley, and the large, fundamentally financial institutions are the hardest when they audit us. No knock to Bay Area companies, but Adobe, eBay, Google, all these guys are like, sign up, yeah, what? They look at our security controls, clearly, but the banks are the ones that actually want to review our data center and see it all in practice. Not tell me, but show me, which is a different level of investigation. So we've had no issue with it. We get it audited by Ernst & Young. We have SAS 70 controls audits, of course. At Stake, now Symantec, has come in and tried to hack from code review standpoint into Qualys, and we have reports that we distribute to potential clients, say, here's all the things we tried to break in and what we found did not work. But the reasons for this software as a service model, by the way, we didn't create this in a vacuum and just say, this sounds nice, let's do it because it's wild, right? The reasons, if you're having, has anybody ever been an administrator for a CRM application? This is the one that Salesforce.com just tackled this problem, right? If anyone's ever run Goldmine or ACT or any of these programs that years ago were fundamentally SQL-based applications with many ingress and egress points, lots of users putting data in, these programs were a nightmare. I can attest as a person who interacted with them from the user experience standpoint. There would be syncing issues, glitches, hangs, magical missing data. You spend 3 hours updating records, you show up the next day and poof, my data's gone. As well as from an administrator standpoint, disaster recovery planning, backup capacity planning, administration of these things, it's challenging. So there's two main reasons Qualys did this. One is you get a much higher quality application. It's infinitely more deployable and scalable, right? If you can put the health and maintenance for the uptime and availability of your application onto the service provider, if I'm a system administrator, that's great. I don't want to hire, it's going to cost me, from a cost standpoint, in human resources, organic IT resources, a lot of money to have maybe a quarter, maybe a half, maybe 3/4, depending upon how big my installation of vulnerability management program is, a full-time engineer, full-time resource, managing the database, which is probably going to be on SQL with associated Microsoft vulnerabilities and all the challenges that ensue from this. So Qualys said, look, the right way to do this is put it on Oracle, have batch process in the systems administration of this stuff, you guys would do it for yourself as a system administrator on your own company network. Qualys does it for, we have smart people like Nick and a team of 8 guys that are just, they're doing it on a broad scale for everyone, right? It's the traditional managed service provider argument. If, let's say I was a big enough company, I could maybe afford my own fire department. Get my own fire trucks, my own, right? But then my guys are going to show up to the fire the first time this happens and go, fire, I read about this. That's not what you want. You want somebody who goes, yeah, we fought a fire last week and the week before, now we're here fighting your fire, right? So there's the economies of scale, just standard arguments. So that was, from an administration standpoint, you're putting the onus of the uptime and availability of the application on Qualys. The other big reason is this, you get a much higher quality application. We track our defect rate in Qualys by these metrics. False negative, positive, host crash, OS misdetection, or service crash. And these are real data from our customer support department. And this is the major flaw in this data is this is reported. So if you have a false positive and you don't tell us, I don't know it, and it's not in this data. However, this is real data from 15 million, 16 million scans recorded right now. And you see the accuracy rate of this is very high. The major frustration people had in the second generation tools, Internet Scanner, Nessus, and these, Retina, CyberCop, Net Sonar, Cisco had a tool a long time ago that they since 4 years ago disbanded. These tools were largely inaccurate. It would be, you need things like Metasploit because you get in these arguments. You tell people, look, tool finds you're vulnerable. I say you're vulnerable. The person who's responsible for deploying patches says, I'm not vulnerable, I put the patch on. You go, tool says you are, I'm not vulnerable. So Metasploit, fine, okay if I exploit you, or just have a more accurate tool so you don't have as many of these back and forths, creates a lot of efficiency in our overall thing that we're trying to do here, which is remove vulnerabilities. So it's a much higher application quality, and the reason for that in the software as a service is if we fix a vulnerability right now for one of our clients, we fix it simultaneously for all of our clients. It's not generically like our engineers are smart or rah-rah Qualys. It's like there's a model difference in this. Our customer support is consistently only troubleshooting bugs on one version of our application. So it's very efficient. As well as we've been able to automate the staging, regression testing of our platform. So we can't release half-baked code and let the user base work out the bugs. It's not possible.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but can you just go through a simulation of what an event would be and how it would handle, your software would handle that event?
Yeah, so instead of, we're going to try and do this online, I don't know how good my bandwidth is. Rather than events, what Qualys is looking for is vulnerabilities. So
I mean a vulnerability event.
Yeah, susceptibility to vulnerabilities.
Define vulnerability, what happens? What's the process?
Have you guys seen that password safe program? This is Bruce Schneier's. You can download it. I think SourceForge hosts it now. It's really cool. I keep all my passwords and it's saved my life. I'm maybe exaggerating. So hack into it. It's encrypted. I stored it off back that. But, here's the application interface. This is a live. We're connecting to Qualys right now. The high-level functional areas are mapping, scanning, reporting, and remediating. Mapping, similar to running Nmap. Let's find the assets. Scanning, let's audit against the database of known vulnerabilities. Reporting, let's analyze that data. We'll show you that. And then remediating is just simply ticketing on that. There's other functionality in the home and the preferences areas, like a dashboard, a searchable knowledge base. So we want to wonder, like earlier somebody asked OS X vulnerabilities. We could search the knowledge base for OS X vulnerabilities and see what Qualys knows about, which is benchmarked against security-focused vulnerabilities, CVE, miner.org listings, a bunch of offline things that we're measuring. We subscribe to some information portals and some other things. So Qualys isn't the only authority on this. There's no such thing as a final authority, but our database is pretty good. We contribute, anybody seen the SANS at-risk newsletter or the SANS Top 20? This stuff comes from two places, Tipping Point and Qualys. They're where we contribute the vulnerability information for it. So let's launch a map just so you can see it. So to launch a map, you pick where you want to launch it on, the targets, which I have some of these programmed in. You could just type them in as well. We're going to do this honeypot network that we have. We're going to pick which scanner appliance we want to scan from. default or external, let's say. And we're going to pick, these are the parameters. This is what we call an options profile. But the bandwidth we're going to use, the speed we want the scan to go with, the aggressiveness we want the map to run with, etc. We're going to use the initial, it's a good default baseline profile. And we're going to start this map. This will finish very quick because the target systems are in the same subnet as the actual scanner appliance. In this instance, it won't always be this fast, of course, if you run it in a corporate network. You can review these results two fashions. One's graphically and one's text-based. Text is more probably helpful from a system administration standpoint. Graphic looks cooler, so we'll look at both of them. This is the only place, you can use IE or Firefox, Opera, whatever you want. This is the only place we're running Java. So you can drag and drop some of this stuff. You can sort it, show me just like my routers, and VPN concentrators, whatever you want. The hosts are going to go away. The hosts are going to pop up in red and green. What that means is, green means I can click on it and actually physically launch a scan on it right now. It just means I've told Qualys about this host before, and Qualys is aware of it. Red means I see it, but you've never told me this host is here.
Is that done with, what technology are you doing to build the topology?
It's querying DNS tables. It's sending active probes out, TCP packets. It's pretty light.
Because of the Qualys device is already in that subnet and part of that infrastructure that you're saying. How does it know, in other words, is it going to send on a ping to get this information, or is it picking it?
Beyond ping, there's more too. It's ICMP packets, but it's other test TCP packets to profile OSs. And
okay.
So is it going across multiple subnets? You know, is it relying on broadcasts, what I think he's trying to get at?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd say a range, I'm going to put in the, .1 to .199 of whatever address range. It will go out and try and find a host on every one of these IP addresses, see who responds back, analyze the information it's getting back through ping and other test packets it's sending. Does that answer? Yes?
Does this require any agents on the boxes themselves?
No. The main value of that, of course, of that architecture is, let me tell you the drawbacks of it. This is why we would like to put an agent, but have not. The drawbacks of it are, if we don't have an agent, it's harder to look deeper into that box, check registry settings and other things. You can do this remotely, and we've done this. We have login right now for Oracle SNMP community strings for iOS, authenticated through SSH.
Through username and password on a share to get that information out of the machine.
Yes, or give it SSH login for Unix, or a Windows domain login, or several, for Windows specifically, several Windows domain logins, and it'll be intelligent enough to figure out which one to use by what logical grouping of assets you've done within Qualys. And you can scan deeper with that login credential. Especially useful to the future of vulnerability management. All these tools are moving into the same place we are, which is policy compliance, asset management. If you can enumerate, let's say, software running on each device, that's useful. You need registry access to pull that out, probably, to do it accurately or comprehensively anyway. So the downside is we don't have as deep of scan. The upside is, of course, we can look for unknowns through this method. Agentlessly, we can tell you what we're seeing. Agent-based, we would only be able to tell you within a subset of that what you expect. If there's no agent running, and plus we'd have to have an agent for every kind of device out there, which is simply not going to happen. So we can look for unknowns. You can send Qualys out to audit the address space generically. This is a common auditing for unknowns that Qualys does. You'll look for rogue access points. So if you find, let's say, D-Link access points, and you know your corporate standard is Cisco access points, you go, probably a rogue system. You can also audit for unauthorized services. From a policy compliance standpoint, this is interesting. So you send Qualys out, tell me what you see, just broadly. Then go in and report on that database for, show me peer-to-peer software running. Or you can audit for agents, for other agents. You could say, I want to see everyone running, specifically, I want to see hosts that you see who are not running the McAfee ePolicy orchestrator, let's say, because that's my antivirus standard, let's say.
Let's say I have a netcat agent inside on port 80 that's circumventing my firewall, because my firewall allows 80 in and out, and
it'll detect services.
It's going to detect that port 80 on that host, am I correct? So
Correct.
it'll flag that host as being, as running a server or listening on 80.
Yeah, so the process when it does its interrogation, Qualys comes up and says, I'm going to try and figure out first who you are. First I'm going to send a ping, a bunch of test packets to the address space and find out if there's a host there. If I determine there's a host there, I'm going to try and identify what it is. If I can definitively identify what it is, I'm going to audit specifically only for vulnerabilities on that particular operating system, that particular build number.
But if I set a policy, I want no desktops running, listening on port 80. I can set that policy and Qualys will enforce that policy and flag every time it sees port 80 open on a host.
Good question. So you audit generic, the best practices paradigm I recommend is audit broadly and report narrowly. So you would generically have blanket audits, blanket scans going around your network, identifying all services and ports running everywhere.
0 through 65535 type of.
So that might be something you would do once a year. You're going to ultimately have a whole series of scans based on asset value, based on.
Yeah, but you can't. You can't guarantee that it's now because it changes daily. It would have to flag anything outside of that range. Does it do that?
Yes. So to do this in a non-best practices approach, just to answer your question, if I want to find everything running this service on port 80, you can set a scan up that says go find everyone running on this service on port 80, go. It will go quickly. Just if it's only checking for one thing, you can cover hundreds of thousands of hosts very quickly.
But it will scan the whole 0 through 65535.
Generically, no, but you can program it to do that via TCP or UDP if you want. But scanning 65,000 ports with UDP will take a near infinite amount of time, so that's.
Right. Well, I have a reason for asking that. That's all. I'm asking about the part.
And if you have more questions afterward, we can get in great detail.
Can I make a comment? You can set up the subnet range of what you want to scan for. So you can set up a separate policy. I think that's what you're going.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Yeah, so you can set up a policy via what you want it specifically to look for, what ports. You can do all that.
My reasoning is if I have a firewall and I let certain things in and out of my firewall, okay, I want to make sure that nobody on the inside is running a server that can be contacted by an agent outside my firewall by using something, tunneling through my firewall on a trusted protocol.
Right, because we're moving to a
So
port.
I want to go for those ports first because that's what I'm allowing to my firewall instead of doing the whole range. You follow where I'm going? That's my firewall to make sure I don't have somebody tunneling through my firewall.
Yes, you can test your whole network simply for port 80. Show me all services running just on port 80.
Or any other port, for that matter.
Or any number of ports, right.
Whatever I'm running through my firewall.
And generically how people deploy this, right, is you'll say, I'm going to have my Oracle Financial Application servers, I'm going to audit those exhaustively, weekly. I might audit them daily for a certain number of things. I'm going to audit them weekly, comprehensively. My perimeter stuff I'm going to audit daily because the boogeyman on the internet's already doing that. I'm going to take my desktop environment, audit that monthly or once every 60 days. And how comprehensively, I mean, if I have a significant vulnerability on my laptop, that's much less significant to Qualys than if we have a minor vulnerability on our production network. So you have to take all that into account when you architect your schedules. So from this interface, this is the text map. We can open this up to get more info on how these were discovered. This is UDP 135 is how we're finding this host. You can add to an asset group. You can launch a scan right from here. You can schedule scans right from here. This is the map mode. The other mode is the scan mode. True of mapping and scanning. When you have a running scan or map, you can move over to this tab and you can see what's running and pause it and resume it straight from here. So we're going to launch a scan and then we'll see one running. We're going to target the Qualys test network. Through here. This is not my demo account, so I don't know who's got set up here, but I think it's in the next two that are not on this page. You guys want me to test? Man, I don't know what systems I can test on here without. I don't want to go scan something willy-nilly that's not mine or I don't have rights to scan. I do actually want to do it, but I'm afraid of the results.
IP config is your IP, maybe it's a Yahoo IP.
Well, I believe he connected. He connected into his own test network at home. He's not using the Yahoo network except to get to that, right?
I'm not even using the Yahoo network to get to it. You're accurate.
Yeah.
I'm going out on
Well,
PCS.
Kurt could help you with that.
I'm going out on a PCS card. It dials out on the
Oh,
cell
so
phone.
you're dialing out on your cell phone and connecting to your own home network through your VPN.
Correct. Which is cool. Have you guys seen those 3G cards? I get like 1.7 megabits on this sometimes.
Wow, nice.
Dare we ask how much per month you pay in cell phone charges for that?
70 unlimited data.
Oh,
That's not too bad.
No. My other favorite. This one's through Verizon. Works pretty well. My other favorite geek toy is this privacy shield. You put it on your screen and you can get work done on an airplane. You can see, you put it over my screen and you can see dead on, but you get to this angle and you can't see the screen anymore. Good $50 spend. I got this off Amazon. So here we can scan this Qualys test. This is an account. I know the assets that it's programmed to a little better. So I'm actually launching the scan right now. This will refresh every 60 seconds till the scanning is done. So when I just did this, what I did was log into, if we remember back on this slide, I just logged into a web server and I parked a job up there that said launch a scan. There are also these appliances out on the internet. Qualys is hosting 100 of these globally, and they're also doing the same query of the data center going, hi, I'm here, do you have jobs, do you have updates? One of them went up and grabbed it and said, oh, you have a job for me, great. It took the job down. The job was to scan the perimeter of this Qualys test network from the internet. It's not to scan an internal network. Then it will deposit the results back here at the Qualys SOC, which we'll log into and view. So this is running right now. We could close this. I'm just going to minimize it because I'd be interested to check back in on it later. We should see it here in running scans. And we in fact do. We could right here pause it or kill it if we found cause to. So while we're waiting for that to finish, it'll email you when scans finish. Not the results of what's in the scan, but that the scan completed. We'll just check back because I'm not running on my email right now. But here's some default report templates, and then you can build your own custom templates. Default templates, this one's a good generic one. Just to see the types of things it's showing you. And let's just put a bunch of hosts in it. Should make it take just a minute longer, but there's ultimately not that many hosts in this test account that I have. If anybody wants to give me a host, they have a honeypot network or something, I'm always looking for people that'll let me scan them. Just so I can populate this demo account with. It have to be something you don't care to show everyone.
209.128.78.50. It's the NT Engineering Association server. It's running DNS, it's been up for about 8 years on Windows NT. 209.128.78.50. I think someone hacked and got our it was our list server, and I think someone got our email list, sending emails as me.
I don't know that it'll scan this.
Okay. The server service is turned on.
Because I have to go in and tell Qualys, I think, this is an IP address I may at some point scan before I actually go in and scan it. But we'll just see if it lets me. Hopefully it'll prompt me to say, do you want to add this to your account? Which it just did. And I said, yes, let's add it to my account. Yeah, this says it's my responsibility, so I'm kind of taking it.
Okay, that's fine.
You seem pretty straightforward, so
I built the server, go ahead.
It's a Yahoo address.
Ultimately, the boogeyman on the internet scanning your perimeter networks all the time anyway, right? So if I can reach it from the outside, man, it's kind of fair game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I don't have a problem.
So
Yeah, then the CIA won't be coming to your door. They're going to his.
I'll give you another one.
Actually, they'll be going to Qualys, right? Well, they'll go figure that out.
I'll give you another one if you want to run it in the background.
I got another one too.
No, just for variety.
I'm going to come present you guys every week. What do you got?
216.240.40.167.
That's probably some.
It will be this small.
No, that should be my name server at starshine.org.
Ah.
You're welcome to use dig to verify that it actually is starshine.org, and I think pretty much everybody in the room here knows that I own starshine.org for the last 10
I always
years.
thought Heather owned you.
Hmm?
I always thought Heather owned you.
Well, alright, technically I bought it for her birthday 12 years ago or so.
If I do this by adding the IP addresses to the account instead of just default launching a scan against it, ready, fire, aim, if I actually go through and try and populate, here's the addresses I might at some point want to scan. Qualys has a little auto pop-up that you can one-click validate it through Whois, but we're just throwing stuff in there to scan.
Yeah, I sure hope I remembered it correctly.
So here's a default report template. There's a bunch of summary information up here, pretty charts, graphs. The executive reports have a lot of this, pie charts. This is a generic trend versus the last time we scanned or reported. We found an increase of 20 vulnerabilities. The average security risk is 5. 4, 5, 3, 2, and 1. 5 is most significant, 1 is least significant. 5 means remote root. These are tangible things. 5 means remote root possible. 4 means remote escalation of privileges. 3 on down the line. There's a couple colors these come in. Red, for average security risk, it'll always be red or shades of it until we go turn on CBSS scoring, which I'll go do here if I haven't. But there's reds, there's also yellows, and there's blues. Red means I'm sure I see it, and I'm very certain of that answer. There are going to be a small number of false positives. However, it's pretty accurate. It means I'm sure I see it, I know I see it, and there's no doubt in my answer. Yellow means I see it, but to be really certain, I'd have to be exploitive, and I have to risk breaking something, which I'm unwilling to do. So I'd rather report to you there is a possibility this vulnerability exists. My best suspicion is that it does. You probably want to verify that before you actually just tell someone to go fix it. Blue means it's an information gathered. There's not blue vulnerabilities beyond a 3 level because it's never going to allow remote root or escalation of privileges. It's information disclosure stuff that we're seeing. You may not wish to be publishing to the world at large, but you are.
Actually, my address is 240.40, not .140. I might have gotten that wrong.
Let's check.
Oh no, you got it right. Is that 140 or 40 there? I can't read it.
40.
Yeah, it's .40. That's what it's supposed to be. Good.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
240. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. If we want to deposit or kill it, that's right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind
Do
of
you associate CVEs with these vulnerabilities at all?
yeah. So that's in the results
CANs?
of. I'll show you. Yeah. Not as much cans, but
CVEs definitely.
CVEs. There's cans too where applicable, but there's like 12 or 14,000 cans total right now, which is too much garbage. The noise signal noise ratio would not be appropriate there, but CVEs, and there's hot links and bug track IDs, as well as OVAL references for MITRE.org's new Open Vulnerability Assessment language. The history of this stuff, there was a whole bunch of tools that had a whole bunch of standards, right? Foundstone wrote their signatures in FASL, Nessus wrote scripts in NASL, Qualys had our own, Encircle had their own. The industry's moving to this thing. It's OVAL, Open Vulnerability Assessment Language, hosted by MITRE.
Yeah, how about snort signatures? Do you accept snort signatures?
We wouldn't, because this is a tool that actively probes network for vulnerabilities, where Snort sits in line and waits for vulnerabilities that it sees based on signature, which are close but very different. We will have an integrate. We do. We 3 years ago built an integration to Snort. And this is kind of interesting. One thought that we had 3 years ago is we're going to integrate to Snort. Qualys is going to help tune your Snort. So Snort sees, hey, I see code red. Do I care? I don't know. I don't know if you're vulnerable to code red. So let's query Qualys and find out if you're vulnerable. Qualys says you're not vulnerable. I don't care. So then we can turn that noise down. Or Qualys says we are. Hold on. Call everybody. Let's make something happen. So that was an interesting thought we had 3 years ago when we built this integration. And then we found nobody used it. We were like, well, a lot of people run Snort that are running Qualys, so why is nobody using that? And we found out the real industry trend here is not that. It's people are integrating to their SIM. For those who have the budget and resources to deploy a SIM, security event management, ArcSight is a local company, Gardanet, Net Forensics, Intelitactics, Protego, Cisco, Mars, and Semantics and 4.0 are the main ones.
The only issue I've ever seen with those is so much.
Fiat lux et lux errant.
Don't put it in there, that'll work better. It doesn't go against my keys.
Yeah.
It was hard to read at an angle whether or not it was BSD or BSB, and I had no idea what BSB would be. I just don't know. We should ask the software what BSB is. There's a GNU list of all the acronyms that it can find. So one of you decided when the 5 minutes started, but I didn't look at the clock, so when does it end?
Please feel free. We are ready to go.
We're ready for you. Actually, I did look at the clock. I was being polite. Hi, my name is Hugh Daniel, and I've been a security troublemaker for 20 or 25 years. I really actually don't see any familiar faces in the audience from many moons ago. Generally you're people I don't know what you're doing or what your interests are. But I kind of want to find out. Let's explain. First off, initially I was going to talk about something I invented some number of years ago called WaveSec. And I can still do a talk in the future about WaveSec if you're interested. Frankly, yesterday was a really bad day. I lost 2 laptops and my network connection. And since my network connection is is the entire backup network for a small ISP on the East Coast, I was kind of busy yesterday. So there's no talk on WaveSec today, as it were. But I've done talks on WaveSec in the past, and the interesting thing about that might be to talk to you folks about what you think security is and what you're doing with security. So I want you to think of this more kind of a fireside chat with Uncle Hugh about security and practices and perceptions. I do want to start off though kind of laying the tone. I'm a curmudgeon. I've been doing computer security work since before most people realized there was computer security work. Matter of fact, I remember in the days when I used to be willing to show ID to go places. I'm no longer willing to do that. When I used to go frequently to Ames here at Moffett Field and to Lawrence Livermore Labs, because how many people here have read Neuromancer or some sort of cyberpunk novel? Yeah, I did that sort of thing, except I was doing it in the early 80s, and it was very strange. Because we saw these great exploits that I don't know your name, sir. Kurt. Yeah, that Kurt was showing us earlier, right? Where the VNC pops up and you see the guy's screen, right? Try doing that at 300 baud. Okay, it's a very different world back then. But I used to go to these places and I used to have long conversations with their security people because I'd done this sort of thing and they hadn't. All right, and that was useful. Now, one of the interesting things, a cute little story from security, Lawrence Livermore Labs, Lawrence Livermore baby-killing national bomb-making labs. They forgot that I was coming one day, right? Which was brilliant. And so one of my sponsors said, no problem, you're the chocolate salesman. It was easier to get into Lawrence Livermore Labs, into the supercomputing center, in the room with the supercomputing equipment as a chocolate salesman than as a security expert. Which is cute, but it also shows that our perception of what's going on with computer security and system security is actually rather ragged. And this is actually true for humans in general. This morning I was reading a report in Nature about the people, how many people have had to fly since the pre-excuse. The great excuse is 2001 9/11. The pre-excuse was flight TWA 800, okay? And had to have their luggage scanned and their person, pawed over and stuff like this, right? I mean, I admit, I've even flown since then, all right? Well, it turns out that humans who have to search with their eyes and their attention span data sets. All right, and this is somebody whose job, they've got special training, their job is to sit there and look into your suitcase, either visually or on the scanner. They will have a 15% error rate on something that shows up 20% of the time, only 20% of the time.
Is that plus or minus error rate?
That is almost entirely a missed opportunity. There's almost no false positives. I mean, they're very tiny, very few. But in the studies I was reading where they would do things like take some poor sucker and run them through 4,000, look at this, look at this, look at this, 4,000 times. It was hard to measure the false positives because they got so few. Okay, so these are false negatives, okay? When they were looking at something that was happening 50% of the time, the false negatives were 7%. So 7, 14. When you saw something 1% of the time, okay, the false negatives were at least 33%. And actually, the center of the error bar was higher. Now imagine dealing with something like the airport insecurity, which, by the way, we now have a term for what happens to the airport. We call that security theater. Right? Hi, I beat on you. You must be secure, right? The rates they're talking about there of actual, people trying to bring things through, even mistakenly, are way less than that. All right? So you can imagine what the success rate is on finding the actual problems. Well, it turns out it's very similar to our community, right? Computer security community isn't all that different. Most people who have security problems just don't notice. An example is a year and a half ago, I got a new housemate. Almost 2 years ago now. I got a new housemate, right? And the new housemate, because he uses only the porn services of the internet, all right, and by porn I mean heavily image-based eye candy, okay? I.e. he uses web pages, he uses pop mail protocols, stuff like this, okay? Things which are very batch and very graphical but very local. He couldn't tell that his net was already infected and 90% of the bandwidth was gone. He could not tell this because of how he used the internet. And of course, I sit down and I use, mostly I use SSH. And I'm constantly looking at the net because of the various things I've done. And it took me about 30 seconds to go, this net is really hosed. And he looks at me. And not only was it infected, but it was, the links were bad, the list goes on, right? But this is an example of how hard security can be, all right? Which is why there's people like the QualSys people who are focused on doing this all the time. And that's actually probably a good thing because they get enough actual positives that they might be not asleep at the wheel, unlike so many of us. But there's bigger issues than this for many of us. I have a hard time keeping quiet. Some of you who were at BayLISA Thursday might notice I didn't succeed in keeping quiet. I didn't bring my gag along with me. I need to buy myself a good gag. I guess I should go up to San Francisco and hit one of those stores. I look at a lot of these security measures that people do, and they're a joke to me. Why are they a joke to me? For a couple of reasons. Number one reason is that all of you guys are sitting out there pouring how much money? I mean, imagine if you bought the full QualSys services, right? Which might not be a bad idea. Is the guy still here? Did he leave already?
He has left.
He took off. Oh well. Which might not be a bad idea, but how much is that going to cost you per year for your particular company, right? For my the little ISP I help run on the East Coast just because I'm bored and depressed about helping you people. No, seriously. Oh, quite seriously. That's where the curmudgeon part of this talk is going to go. The cost for us for running that sort of thing, it would probably only cost us around $80,000 a year, which is more than the current IT budget of most of the organizations we serve, because we're serving a bunch of small companies. right? And that's probably one of the better things out there that you could spend your money on at this point in time. But I look at this stuff and I go, why bother? Because, tell me if you can disagree with this, most of that money would be spent guaranteeing Bill Gates' profit margin on you. Can anyone disagree with that? Yeah, why? By the way, this is meant to be interactive, so jeer me, tell me I'm an idiot. Prove it if you can.
I guess I'm one of those people, you know, I just don't do Windows, and I've you know, handled Solaris through all its releases, and HBUX and a whole bunch of different Linux versions, and gosh, I never had to worry about any of that stuff, you know? I mean, really.
So you're actually supporting his point, rather. He asked who would disagree with it.
You're actually agreeing with me and making my point all the harder.
Wasn't I supposed to?
Okay. No, audience, I have met the kind man, I believe, only one evening. That was Thursday. No money was exchanged. In all seriousness, I have been around since this horrible product called Microsoft 4K Basic. It was really bad code. Anyone who disassembled it could understand that. And I've been around the net since the early days. I did a little project that a few of you might have heard of called The Well. We were the first, how can I put this? We were the first really big entity with a nice target painted right here. And I was the target, okay? We were the first internet technology-based service like AOL, like anywhere you get mail service or net service.
You were the ISP before Netcom.
Well, we weren't actually ISP. Okay, the first two ISPs, in a very fundamental sense, were what Usenet, UUNet became, and then of course Little Garden. All right, both of which I knew the folks doing UUNet; they were friends of mine, and Little Garden, of course, I was directly involved in. No, we were the first provider of communication services. Okay. The big things we provided were access to internet email, access to internet Usenet, and our own custom conferencing environment. And as a matter of fact, to a first approximation, the well has not changed since I left over 20 years ago, which is a bit frightful. On the other hand, it shows that it was a good model, and it's been fairly stable, and people wanted to pay for it since then. Neither here nor there. We were a great big target. Okay, and we're used to attacking this stuff, and I've been paying attention to network and security since then. And there were problems, and despite everything I'll say, Unix, which includes the Linux children, Unix has faults, and it always will have faults, and there will always be security issues. Okay, and in some sense, the false positive argument that I was giving, but by the way, this isn't on well thought out false positive things, literally the research I was reading this morning on psychology. The false positives problem is there in Unix, right? It might even be worse in Unix than Windows, because most Windows users are used to being abused.
I can substantiate that a little bit with a guy who gave a talk a while back. I don't remember which venue it was in. Actually, yes, I do. It was Taos, one of their little in-house gatherings.
It's a little consulting company that often has talks about what their various people are doing.
Something like Birds of a Feather, for those of you who ever remember the Minecraft ones. So this was one of those events, and there was an analyst who came in who said that his worst problems for security were Linux. And the reason, I think, largely amounted to a kind of a byproduct of what you were talking about, because they knew how bad Windows was, so they had fairly well-regimented patch and scan and utilities, third-party tools and services that they were paying a lot of money for, and they had expertise specifically in Windows, because they knew they would always have a problem with Windows. But when they brought Linux in, especially the older versions of Linux, they would bring in these totally unpatched Red Hat, systems running, I'm talking Red Hat like 7.2 type systems, and to them that was a big security problem because they didn't know anything about it and they hadn't expected it.
Now the flip side of this is that my single most critical system that sees the most traffic of all of all the boxes I run, and mind you, I run boxes on multiple continents, blah blah blah. There are boxes that I am touching every day that I have not physically touched in years. My most critical box is actually a Red Hat 6.2 box. It has been problem-free its entire life. It has had not a single infection of anything, and it is doing more than nothing.
What version of the kernel are you running now?
Oh, no, that's a separate story.
You are running a 2.2 kernel on that, I guarantee it.
Well, actually, until very recently, I was running a 2.2 kernel, okay? And I actually spent a fair amount of time trying to get a 2.4 kernel up. I can't even run too new of a 2.4 kernel on that particular box because the tools are too old. Now that box is scheduled to go the way of the Great Dino very soon, so don't laugh too much. But the thing is, the box was doing critical services. It was doing a few of them. We periodically upgrade the critical services on that box, and it continues to run. Okay, and of course the critical service, since there's almost no users on it, there's like 5 or 6 people who can get on the box. The critical services are all the network stuff, and it's not really that much hassle when you're only running 4 or 5 critical services to pay attention to things. And the kernel is considered a critical service in our universe.
Is there a reason you are still using the dated kernel on?
It serves the purpose. It does the job. See, let's explain. This is something that's different about the Unix mindset and what the Linux children and the Windows babies, infants, yeah, there we go, infantiles, are doing. And that is, we're used to setting up something that works and letting it run. Remember I talked about the well. There are policies and tools on the well to this day, even though they've changed hardware 2 or 3 times, there are policies and tools that are not standard Unix bits and pieces that I set in motion in '83, right? And we set these things up, we get the source trees working, we port them now and then, every now and then you have to be a little paranoid and go, I wonder if there are any security holes in my old software, right? But that's something, we have time to wonder about because we're not running around patching Windows every 5 minutes, all right? And this is actually part of the goals here. Well, let's explain. One of the reasons I'm trying to take this fireside chat in a particular direction is I intend to get off this rock. Okay, now I don't intend to leave the likes of Bush in charge of this rock, so we have to fix a few things first, right? But I intend to get off the rock. I wish to live out my adulthood, in the asteroid belt or something like this, right? And I can assure you that nothing Linux or certainly Windows-like is ever going to run on my Starship. Okay? It's just not trustable enough. All right? You have to be able to design a system, set it in place, and it should work for years, if not decades at a time. And I have done this with multiple Unix environments over the years. Now notice, I said that there are 4 or 5 things on this box that I have to pay attention to. Okay, the kernel is considered one. There are, every now and then SSH gets a new bug. Okay, bind often gets bugs. We have to pay attention to a few things. But the base system mostly works because at least back then the Linux children were simply cloning Unix, right? And they didn't know how to make bigger mistakes. These days they make much bigger mistakes because they're trying to do new things on their own, which is a good thing. I mean, they have to become adolescents at some point. All right. But to some of us, I'll get to you, to some of us, this is really critical, okay? As a sysadmin, I run, as I said, boxes all over the world, okay? I don't intend to spend my entire life doing the same things I was doing 20 years ago. Okay?
Babysitting them.
Babysitting them, right? Now, I might always have to babysit them in some sense, but we have to move forward. We have to do a better job, okay? And we also have to be able to make systems that last, that are dependable, that aren't brittle, all right? So the box does what it's supposed to. It really, really does. It's really solid, it's really dependable. I can't compile a modern 2.6 kernel on it. I can't even compile a modern 2.4 kernel on it, which is a bit of an annoyance, okay? And the box is scheduled to go because we don't expect the hardware to last too much longer. But this is where machines should be. This was the difference that brought so many of us to Unix in the first place, is that we could do something that is not really well understood in our community, I think. It's called computer engineering. Okay? Engineering means that when Hugh jumps on the floor, the building doesn't fall. Okay? As heavy and as strong as I am, all right? We know how to do this. Now, admittedly, we lost a few buildings and bridges, okay? And now our armies don't march across them, okay? But our networks look a whole lot like bridges that fell apart in the past. And I don't want that, right? And I feel that there's a problem in our community, that there's something wrong in the mindset of what we're doing. And I want to chit-chat about that. Why don't I put you on number 2 and go, I don't know your name, you know I keep talking.
Jerry.
Jerry.
I'm Jerry. And actually I was just going to ask a question, it's like a Guinness Book of World Records question. My longest server for uptime was almost 4 years. That was only because of PG&E.
Mm-hmm.
But it just, you know, I always made this amazing, you know, thought about, you know, if you build something, I came from a mechanical engineering background originally, and architectural. You built a building.
Right, if you screw up, you're called Bhopal.
You didn't go through every month and patch the windows and the seams. I mean, you don't do that. But when it comes to OSs and software, I'm just completely amazed that it's just built to be changed.
Well, let's. Can I give a couple responses and then you're next, sir?
I was going to say, you know, on one hand, you could say that.
Well, maybe you're next anyway.
Well, this is what I feel. I feel that I think those processes are built to help keep people working, because there's a lot of people that were unemployed in the high-tech industry a couple years ago.
Actually, well, no, you're next, but I'm going to insert myself and then you, okay? Well, let me insert myself. So you're right, okay? But you're not right in the way you think, okay? This turns out to be the brilliance of Microsoft. All right. Now, no. This is frightful. Okay, and this is.
I remember patching Solaris many times. I remember patching Linux.
No. But here's the difference. Okay.
New versions all the time.
You're trying to convince your boss to let you run a Unix. Maybe it's Linux. Maybe it's more classical Unixes. Right. Your boss has been to Borders. Okay. Your boss knows that there's an entire wall like this of Windows books. Because Windows is so literally incompetent and literally on purpose done that there's hundreds of authors who can make a living telling you how to patch up the mess, right? And when you told him, your boss or her, if we're lucky, that you wanted to put in Unix, they went back to the same store and they noticed that there were a couple of Unix books over in the corner. And the boss goes, well, geez, I know which one's more important, don't I? Right? And part of the reason for this is that what Microsoft has done is they have built a culture. You know, much the way, say, avian flu wants to build a pandemic. Right? And this culture thrives, and it looks impressive. Because that entire wall of books to your boss goes, you know, if something was wrong, there's an entire wall of books to tell them what's going on. And if this employee gets uppity because now they know Unix and they're going to go off and do real work and not put up with my shit anymore, you know, I can find plenty of people who know the wall. But one of my observations of companies, and this has been true since the mid-80s, take a building like this, say there's 500 computers in it, okay? 420 or so of the computers will be MS Windows boxes. Okay, then you're back on tab after these two. 420 of the computers will be MS Windows boxes. 60 of the computers will be Macintosh of some form, hopefully Mac OS X now. Right, and they'll all be in the art and advertising department. Right? And then there'll be 20 computers.
You're at the wrong company for those kind of numbers.
I said like this company, I didn't say this company. Okay? I actually, this is the first time I've been on site at Yahoo, so I'm not certain what your numbers are. But this was the average company over the last 20-some years. And 20 of the computers are Unix boxing of some sort, you know, HPOX and stuff like this. Then you look at what the computers do that actually account for the bottom line of the company. You'll find the 420 PC boxes basically write memos, okay, and crash and screw up, you know, some accounting things now and then and stuff like that. The 60 Mac boxes do all the advertising that brings in the money for the company, of which 90% of the work is done on the 20 Unix boxes. But where's the money spent? Most of the money goes to the PC hardware vendors, or more importantly, most of the profit goes to Microsoft for the OS. It's a brilliant, brilliant game, okay? He makes a better profit margin than anything but the IRS and government-supported drug dealers, i.e., you know, when you make drugs illegal sort of thing, okay? It's a brilliant, brilliant game, all right? And folks like you and I, we're the foot soldiers in this game, okay? We're told that no matter what, we have to be patriotic to go march into the war and get shot, which we do on a regular basis, and which I will note, after having been in this game for many years, we burn out. I have plenty of friends, one of whom is like one of the people behind Bastille Linux, okay? Obviously a brilliant guy, obviously knows his stuff well, all right? He's left the computer industry. Why? Because he wants to work in an industry where what he knows won't vanish in 3 years. He has to keep right on top, like you guys are doing right in this room, of the most important security and computer operations aspects within a 3-year time period, or he's not worth anything in the industry. Yep. Now, he's gone off and he's become a writer, right? You were once a chemical engineer. I mean, once you're trained as a chemical engineer, you know, you have to keep track of, oh, you know, somebody doesn't allow this sort of piping anymore because, you know, it has a bad interaction. You know, there's a few things you have to learn. But our industry's churning, and part of the reason for that isn't bad. Part of it's because we're beginners, all of us. Chemical piping, believe me, there's industrial chemistry in the 1700s, okay? We know a lot about it now, okay? We went through a huge amount of industrial chemical expansion in the first part of the 20th century, before there were computers, all right? And now, you know, more or less everyone knows how to pipe a chemical plant, okay? At least, you know, enough people know how to do this. The computer industry is working in a space that is vastly huger than anything anyone's worked in before. Quick example of that, and then we need to get the guy in the red shirt and the guy in the white shirt and then you in the green cap. See, I remember these things. Quick example of this is, how many people know how many pieces there are in a 747?
Lots.
About 750,000 pieces in a 747. Now, short of an Apollo moon rocket or that disaster called the space transportation astronaut killing bullshit, money killing bullshit, the shuttle, okay, it's about, you know, the most complex thing that you'll see, engineering thing that you'll work on, right? Now let me ask you a question. For those of you who actually do a little bit of software development besides sysadmin, I don't know how many of you that is, certainly that qualifies as me. How many of you have worked on anything that is as simple as the 747 in the last decade? Think of a software line of code equaling a part on a 747, right? How many people have worked on serious projects with less than 750,000 lines of code on them? None of us. Right? Anyone who's touched Samba, Samba's way more than that. You know, the kernel is hundreds of times more than that, the Linux kernel.
Actually, the Linux kernel, I think, is still at just about 2 million.
Wow. I actually measure it in K, and an uncompressed Linux kernel is now running 70 megs, which is a lot more than 2 million lines of code. I haven't looked at the lines of code.
I counted it a couple of years ago. It was only 1.4 million then.
It's gone up a lot.
Yeah.
Right? The idea is that it's huge. I mean, even the FreeSwan project, which I guess I didn't mention, I spent a decade running the Linux FreeSwan project, which is what began OpenSwan, which is an IPsec for Linux. It's this size by the time you count all the little bits and pieces that it uses like GMP. So we're complex.
Isn't that because Linux now has to integrate into Windows environments?
Not really.
Seamlessly, you don't think
No, because remember, Linux itself is a kernel. Okay, it's just a kernel, right? And admittedly, it's way too much of a kernel. I mean, it makes me look thin, and I'm not thin anymore.
No, what I'm trying to say is that normally these environments that were strictly Unix and they were pristine Unix environments have become Windows integrated so that people who are Windows centric can still do their work on their Windows boxes and push it to a Solaris server, such as they map
Effectively,
their
none of
work.
that is in the kernel.
Effectively none of
But
it's in the
still, the
kernel.
kernel's getting bigger to supplement so that this can happen.
In
No.
Linux's case,
Yeah, it's the kernel.
in Linux's case, the reasons the kernels are getting big are three. None of the Linux children know how to design. I'll stand by that. The Linux kernel is mostly running on the IBM PC platform, which is a disaster. Okay, every different implementation of the same thing gets it wrong in a different realm. When you literally have ether cards that you can plug into the machine, and if you probe them, lock up the machine, so you have to have special notices to check before you probe. Well, how do you check before you probe? Well, believe me, that's the sort of thing that makes Linux fat. Okay, feature bloat.
So
right?
bad hardware
Well, that,
is the
again,
reason why
that's
Linux
where I'm
sucks?
going with this.
Excuse me?
So bad hardware is the reason why Linux sucks?
It's a part of it, because if you look at the BSDs have not gone away. The BSDs still exist, okay? Even though Linux is like a tsunami wave, right, where the various BSDs are your everyday waves. No one cares that a 10-foot wave hit the beach today, because there's a million of them that hit the beach, right? So Linux is this great big noticeable thing, we all notice it. But the BSDs have been moving forward, and the BSD kernels have gotten a bit larger, right, over time, but nothing like the Linux kernels, right? And they still do most of the things the Linux kernels do. And the best example of this is that weirdly named BSD operating system, Mac OS X.
Which takes a DVD to hold and install.
Yes, there are 420,000 files, I actually know that number, in Mac OS X, of which half of them are internationalization files.
Macs need patches too.
Excuse me?
Macs need patches.
Oh!
I run Mac OS X at home. I've had a patch all the time.
They have about as many patches last year as Microsoft, but they're not quite the same.
Yeah, sure, but you still have patches.
And I thought I said at the beginning of this that we will always have bugs. We will always have oversights. We don't know what we're doing yet, okay? Almost no one uses scientific method to write their programs. How many people here have heard of literate programming? Whoa, I'm shocked. All right. How many people here have ever programmed literate programming?
But only for
either you're yes or no.
I've dabbled.
I was going to say I could only count it as toy project.
Toy project. All right, and you?
Student project.
Student project, right. So no one here has actually done a project in literate programming. Just to let you know, literate programming is actually from, well, largely from Stanford, but not exclusively. It's a programming style where the documentation, the requirements, if you can do it, and the code are all in the same place on the same page. All right, so
The way it used to be. The way it was supposed to, good programming practice used to be. How's that? The way it started.
I can only agree with you in part because I have done very low level, assembly language. And with assembly language, where you had one instruction and at most two arguments, and then half a line of doc, that worked, right? But with high level languages, you need different sorts of things, right? Yeah, we've moved on, right? So here's the question: how many people here are programmed in a high level language?
Is C high level?
No.
Is HTML?
No.
Okay.
But okay, I consider this language C. By the way, I'm one of the people who made C happen. I started using C in 1980, right? And I was told at the time, I was told at a SIGGRAPH event where I was speaking in '82 that I should sit down and shut up. I was a long-haired kid who didn't know what he was speaking of. The future was obviously VMS and Pascal. The hard way of earning your chops over time. I consider C a KNR compliant assembler.
Right.
When I refer to a high-level language, I'm referring to something that is at least as powerful as Smalltalk or Prolog. Right? Now that I've defined a high-level language for you, giving you a hint, now how many people can say that they programmed in a high-level language? About a quarter or less of the people who raised their hands before. Can I just ask, I should ask this question first. How many people here program?
Now, after.
Ever in your lives? Okay, how many people here have only scripted and not actually compiled? Excellent. Okay, that's a good sign. That's the sort of community I'm after. Well, no, I want to pick your brains. That's where this is going. Okay, because now that we've gotten some of the preliminaries out of the way, as it were, we have the security problem. All right, and it consists of several things. One, we keep supporting Bill Gates' wealth. Okay, so not you, not me, not Jerry. Okay, there's a few of us, right?
I'm guilty.
You're guilty of supporting his wealth. Well, I should point out, I'm a libertarian. Okay, and libertarians feel that, you know, if you've done a good job, you should be rewarded for it. Right now, I don't feel he's done a good job. Right? So I don't see why we're rewarding him. But I want to find out beyond that, because as much as I don't want to, I'm going to have to set that peeve of mine aside. All right? And I'm going to have to talk about deeper security issues. All right? I mentioned at the beginning one of my designs that I did called Waves. You can keep the hat on. I'm not going to hate you or anything.
You're not going to throw daggers at me?
Look, let's explain here, okay? Leathermen have horrible aerodynamics, and I'm not wasting a $60 dagger on you.
Leathermen are expensive.
I'm not actually out here to gore anyone unless your name is Al. Or maybe bore anyone unless your name is Gates. I'm really trying to find out why our community and our industry hasn't moved forward. All right, I have lots of guesses. I want to find out what you people think you're doing, why you think you're doing it. Well, okay,
Can I tell you my opinion?
Well, I want to answer get these two guys, and then I'll take you on. You're as big as me, so you can hold on for a moment.
That's fine. The bottom line, the programmers are restricted by the bottom line. The bottom line is not restricted by the programmers. They do not have the time to build the sufficient security and error checking and everything else into the code that they used to be, because the bottom line of the company does not dictate that happen.
How long have you been in the industry?
1979 is when I started.
Okay, so I've only been in the industry about 3 or 4 years more than you. The reason I asked that question is, we used to do a better job.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm going to disagree with you. I don't believe we used to do a better job.
Well,
I believe that it used to be smaller and less painful.
Yes.
It used to be a whole lot less exposed.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's right.
And also they were much less complex.
Okay, so let me reiterate your argument, and then we'll get to. Do you have a name, sir?
My name's Jose Maduros. My name's Jose Maduros.
Jose.
Now, you might not like my comment.
Well, hold on. I want to summarize. Your name, sir?
My name's David first.
David. You don't have to give last names. You can call yourself Foo for all I care. Yeah, call whatever you want. Okay, now we want to talk about it. No, I wouldn't throw the dagger at him because that's, in the libertarian philosophies, my right to swing even my verbal fist ends at his nose. Verbally, though, it doesn't. Let me summarize for you, okay, David. What you're saying is that people don't have a time to do a good enough job because they're demanded to do, basically, features outclass doing the job right.
Absolutely.
All right, and so this just generically goes across the entire industry, and we all lose.
Poor programming practices are accepted.
Okay.
Jose.
That's exactly right.
Regarding your comment, why you say why do we reward Microsoft and why are they doing so well? What I see in the Linux community, I started with Slackware 2.0, and then my first version I really liked was Calzera 1.2 because it had a nice GUI install. And it was the first version to come out with KDE. And I ran Red Hat 5.1 and didn't have a KDE interface, it didn't have a nice desktop interface, it had a text-based install, it was difficult for the average user to use.
Sure.
But between all versions, there's so many different commands, And nothing, it's like a different language between each and every one. Whether I use HPUX, or AIX, or Solaris, or what I use in Linux. If I use Debian, I have certain commands in Debian that don't exist in Red Hat. And if I want to configure the X server in Red Hat, it's different than configuring the X server in Debian. And those things are frustrating from my standpoint. If the Unix community would standardize and have the same commands between all the platforms, and have the same desktop interfaces on all the platforms, it would make a big difference in how they present themselves and how it would move forward. You may disagree, but that's my opinion.
No, actually I don't disagree, but I think I disagree for different, or I agree for different reasons. And I want one of the weird things you'll find, much like I stood up and I said that I really disagreed Thursday night with the guy who was talking about locking down mail to the point where it was useless, right? I understand why at times you have to do that, but you have to be very public about what you're doing when you do these sorts of things, and you have to provide it out, right? Because humans don't like being trapped, which is actually one of the interesting reasons why Linux, as much as it peeves me, succeeds. Because it's nothing but a giant out around exactly the controls that you're talking about, okay?
Well, I mean, it does offer freedom, but it has so many different flavors.
Exactly.
It just confuses people
Now,
that don't really know it.
I disagree with you on other points, but let's hold off on that for a while, because that's a slightly different direction of things I might do that I want to talk about later. Jim?
I just wanted to actually respond to his and then his, very quickly. The cost-benefit analysis argument actually has a precedent. You know, the whole model of credit cards and credit card numbers and the way they're used is terribly insecure. Right? You have a string of numbers and a date and a couple of pieces of information about somebody that you can fit on, well, literally a plastic card or, you know, back of your business card, and you can get all kinds of mischief. But the cost-benefit analysis is we get, you know, 2 or 3% lossage. It costs us that much over the large values that we charge in interest rate, so we will accept the inherent insecurities of this model up to a point because it costs less that way.
Now, I have known him for years and I still haven't paid him to say this.
Yeah, so it's the same thing for corporate, you know, programming projects. The costs of having poor, insecure code are outweighed by having the stuff that we think we need when we think we need it.
So I want to go forward with this, because this is a great straw man argument that I want to take further. Is directly relevant. Quick?
To that, yeah.
Quick.
In addition to that, if you have buggy code, well, they have to come back and pay you to fix the...
Exactly.
Right, which is once again the Microsoft community.
Well, actually, in my case, I was talking about internally written code where that's just straight cost.
Pandemic.
Yes.
All right, I want to take this a little further, okay? I want to explain something to you, okay? I've worked in this industry, okay? When people stand up and talk about credit cards and stuff like this, I've had to evacuate the building such that the building can be x-rayed. All right, most people probably haven't dealt with this level of security. Okay, you x-ray the building to make certain that the only back door is the one going straight to the FBI. If you people think that your money is yours, you are really deluded.
Right.
Okay, we have built something that Stalin and the Nazis, etc., would dream over. But that's a political issue. Let's talk about the technical issue. Since the early 80s. What?
Godwin's rule's over. You gotta go home.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a really bad thing. I really disapprove of that.
What?
The Godwin rule argument is a great way to ensure that the Nazis win. Godwin's rule. Mike Godwin pointed out that on Usenet, whenever a comparison is made to the Nazis, the argument is over and everyone should walk out of the room. Well, the digital room. And I just mentioned the Nazis on a fluke here. Let's not talk about the politics. Let's talk about the mathematics. Okay? For over 15 years, for over 20 years, we've had the mathematics to build a financial system with the following properties. All right? Unless somebody has stolen the cryptographic keys from someone, we should be able to transfer arbitrary amounts of money with total anonymity, with guaranteed that the money, with guaranteed escrow if necessary, guaranteed that the money isn't going to leak anywhere, all right? And, interestingly enough, We can even mathematically, I know this is way out on the edge, you can corner me in the hallway, we can actually guarantee that you can't add or subtract money from the total money pool. All right, so anti-inflationary, infinitely divisible currencies, digital currencies. All right, so this is kind of a nirvana that we know how to make, right? And I know a bunch of companies that have started up and they've all been whacked down to try to do this sort of thing, okay? Why do we have the current system we've got? Well, Jim actually mentioned something that most of you might not realize, except you're in the financial industry, right? That is the credit card companies, and the banks to some extent, bleed money left and right. They actually bleed vast amounts of money to various forms of fraud, all right, to bad guys. And I mean, even a libertarian considers these people bad guys. These aren't like drug dealers or something. These are really bad guys. Okay? Bleeds money left and right. Why is this not a problem? 2 reasons. Okay? 1, you don't notice. 2, you bear the cost twice. Okay? 1, you don't notice. Right? When you get your 10, 15, 25%, what's the extra money on cards cost called?
Interest rates.
Interest rates, thank you. Right? What you're actually paying there, some percentage of that goes straight to the extra high fraud in the credit card space. Right? When you pay your taxes, you're actually paying for about 75% of the enforcement to try to keep that number from going infinite. Because the credit card companies have been able to offload the enforcement on the government. All right? Why does this system continue when I've described that mathematically we know how to do better? Now, actually, I don't want an answer to that. Because we have exactly the same problem here in our computer networking spaces. All right? You folks, you again, sorry to pick on you, but you know, your talk on karma, and here I'm barking at it, I'm Dogma barking at a comma, which is always dangerous because dogs are small, but I'm big. Your paper inspired a lot of this, okay? I mentioned something called WaveSec, and I mentioned IPsec, okay? Everyone here knows what IPsec is, right? All right? In what, 2000, you wrote what you wanted to say down?
No, I wrote down WaveSec to look up later.
Ah, good. Well, there's a website, wavesec.org, www. And I'll give a talk on it if people want. But I looked at your presentation, and I just about went through the ceiling. Because, first off, there's no difference between wired and unwired networking. People think there's a difference. There isn't. Right? There's some minor differences down under the IP layer, but it doesn't matter because the IP layer is the layer that matters. Right? When you get to the IP layer, it doesn't matter. All right? We came up with a system, my team, well, mostly I, but we'll say my team, please, called WaveSec. What does WaveSec do? It combines 3 hyper-complex technologies that none of you have ever dealt with: IPsec, DNS, and DHCP. And to date, it has defeated at no, it's one of the. It's Black Hat, but it's the other one that's nastier, right next to it. DEF CON. It has defeated everyone at both of those venues, right? Because what does it do? It starts up, and in your little Wi-Fi box doesn't sit. Your laptop doesn't sit there and go, I want this network, I want that network, I want another network. It simply says, I want any network that's got WaveSec. And it gets a response. And what it does is it negotiates with essentially the access point, or computer behind the access point cloud. And it negotiates an IPsec tunnel. Why does it negotiate an IPsec tunnel? Because in our IPsec universe, which is based on what's called, oh, I'm getting a little deep here, opportunistic encryption, which is why we did the Linux IPsec stack called OpenSwan, and formerly called FreeSwan. Opportunistic encryption is very simple. It's when you have 2 machines that want to talk to each other securely, instead of you having to set up this one, and then set up that one, and then set up this one to talk to that one, and that one to talk to this one, all right, which is the normal thing we do when we set up a VPN, right? We've all done this. We simply set up this machine and put its keying information in the DNS, and DNSSEC if we're bright enough to do that. And then we do the same over here. And then with opportunistic encryption tuned on, whenever this machine talks to that machine, the first thing it does is go looking in the DNS and says, is there a key for you? Oh, there's a key for you. Okay, I'll use that. Right? And we get automatic VPNs between any 2 sites. So we use opportunistic encryption over DHCP between the wireless client and the access point or a computer nearby it, right? And now what we get in a properly set up system is the access point knows who you are, or at least knows that, maybe not who you are, but that you are an entity in the DNS. Has got a key for you. It can presume that you're the right person because cryptographically you're the only person who's got that key unless you let it be stolen, right? The access point is equally has identified. This is something we constantly screw up in protocols designed by Microsoft and US government entities. Because those protocols generally say, I'm the master, you better tell me everything and I'll tell you nothing. All right? And the government has spooky, evil reasons for doing this. I just disagree with them. Okay? Right? So now we've got an equality of identification. And the access point can now put in for the reverse pitter my actual forward name that it's cryptographically assured. All right? And I can put in my forward DNS that my IP address for the least time that I've been handed is this address on this wireless network. And I'm now a full peer on the internet with full cryptography. All right? The only thing that people can do to this setup is take out the simple IP negotiations by blatting the RF. Okay? I just told you, the WaveSec presentation in a chunk. Right? What you folks are going to be handed down is 802.11x and 11 other, including that one, 11 fucking protocols to try to do the same, all of which are designed to make credit card companies rich. Because if you look at that entire networking stack, it's designed to be able to have the credit card companies have lots of connections so that they can bill you. That's what that security regime is designed for. Now, hold on a second.
Okay.
We've run WaveSec at multiple multiple DEF CONs and Black Hats. We've run WaveSec in parallel with IETF meetings. It's never screwed up anyone. It's secured everyone it's ever gotten, connected to. And we've talked to Max and MS, and you can even make MS-DOG work if you put in a real networking stack. And you have to get rid of their networking stack because it stinks.
Now VPN clients do that anyways.
Yeah, well, but you have to put in a real IPsec stack, which replaces.
IPsec stack.
Yeah, we've all been there. Okay. Now I'm giving you two examples of technologies that we've ignored. The financial technologies to make money secure, and a networking technology that I put a decade in on this, and so I'm probably a sore loser. All right, but I'd be a happy loser if I lost to somebody who could prove they were better than me, right? If the technology, if 802.11x actually took less than 4 databases to run, okay, as compared to 1.5 for WaveSec sorts of things, right?
Who exactly is ignoring it?
Who? What?
Who exactly is ignoring it?
Well, that's a good question.
Because we use something like the Aruba network around here, and it does almost exactly what you're describing right here with a VPN client that talks back to an access point that secures the...
Actually, from when I designed WaveSec, which was like 99 or something, or early 2000, something like that, a couple of universities did implement it, right? A few other places implemented it. But the IETF didn't go for it. The Linux children was a real nightmare. The real short version of the Linux children was finally what caused me to give up on the FreeSwan project in some sense, was when one of the Linux security gurus told me, well, why should I put this in when I've got a SH and it solves all my problems? What do I care about other people's security problems? Now, after someone had put in most of a decade of trying to actually show them how to build security software, how to design it, actually testing it and stuff like that, to hear that along with all the other crap, you can imagine it's kind of depressing, right? The list of things goes on. So we know that we can make networks secure by getting rid of Bill Gates. To a first approximation, that's true. Okay? We also, hold on, a corollary to that is that we know that if we 100% proxied off all of Bill Gates' crap onto a non-network accessible environment, we'd have security.
Yeah, it's called the internet.
We know that if we... I disagree with you. It isn't called the internet, okay? My partner had his family's machines on the network, and we were constantly running into infection problems. I finally put my foot down and said, they will go on a subnet, they will be 100% proxied by something in front of them, right? They've stopped being infected because they're no longer on the internet. They are banned from the net. The proxies are on the net, not the Bill Gates machines, right? So that's secure, okay? We've got the thing about money. We've got the thing about the WaveSec thing. We have technologies to solve the problems we keep whining about.
It's not the technology, it's the people.
In what way?
You have a bunch of people, it's worse than herding goats. They're not going to go in the same direction.
Cats.
Yeah.
You ever tried herding goats?
Have you ever had a goat? They're like cats, but they might even be intelligent. And they're annoying. I've had goats.
Okay. My point is almost everything you said, not everything. But the problem is I see it as not a technology problem, it's a people problem.
They have to be on their nose as well.
Can you please, loud enough for every, this is Campfire. You're equal
Be
with
on their nose.
I don't think it's that people can see beyond their nose so much as they can't. One, you have you have infactorial interactions, and two, they can't see beyond their wallet.
And squared.
That's true.
Thank you, sir.
Infactorial.
And squared.
You're an optimist.
Actually, he's a mathematician. Okay. I actually want to know why you folks make the decisions you make. And no, I think you folks are a better breed of folks than I've been dealing with. I should give you, letting all my prejudices hang out here, okay? I wouldn't have anything to do with Linux before my best friend dragged me into the Free Swan project and Linux, okay? Linux is the big wave, but I was always a BSD bigot. I'm still a BSD bigot, okay? I feel, even though I haven't run it at all recently, FreeBSD is the best Unix ever made. All right, you might argue that it's NetBSD or the weird BSD from Cupertino, okay? But those are minor arguing points, okay? I think we actually have power in this group. I think that this sort of group is the sort of people that should be saying, look, you either do this or you give up. Right? We have those sorts of powers, I think. But I want to know why people make the decisions they make. Because, let me explain. I've sat around for a couple years doing this. I mean, I have a grand time, fooling around with some of the projects I'm fooling around with. Okay? Don't get me wrong. But in some sense, I have no will.
No challenge?
No, challenges all over the place. But, you only get to do so many decade-long projects in your life, right? And when repeatedly you do projects that your community doesn't bother using, one begins to not worry or not care, right? And I'm kind of in the space of, I could commercialize WaveSec, right? It's trivial to commercialize WaveSec. I mean, I've just told you most of it. We have a website, wavesec.org, that's been posted for like 6 years.
Never heard of it.
Excuse me?
I never heard of it, and I've been in IT for 10 years.
You've been in IT for a decade, okay? So, well, and that's a perfectly reasonable explanation. But these other things, I mean, why is it that we have so many of these disasters when it's not just WaveSec? I'm trying to get the point across that we have a systemic issue in our community here. And I think this is the sort of key group that might be able to kick the rest of the community in the something or other.
So the key question that you tried to ask was, why do we, quote, make the decisions that we do, which has an assumption in it, and there's, I think, the crux of the problem. How many here actually get to make the decision as to which OS you run? Or what the actual policy...
Yeah, other than it. That's a good one.
Exactly. Matter of fact, of the people here who earlier identified themselves as running purely Linux, perhaps at home, how many have the opportunity to do that, or even close to it, at work?
That would be you.
Well, the Yahoo guys, go for it. You do.
So you have no Windows on the desktop that you have to support anywhere in the organization?
Question.
Huh?
That wasn't the question.
Your group does not. Okay.
Good call.
But we have 40,000 plus FreeBSD boxes.
Mm-hmm.
A few thousand Linux boxes on the non-search side, another 40,000 Linux boxes on the
So
Linux
hold on,
side.
just-
So
Yeah, what's your
Tell me,
CIO,
give-
what's your CEO run, what's your CTO run, what's your CFO run?
the CTO runs FreeBSD, because David Philo, you know.
He better.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what's the CEO run?
Oh, come on.
Probably has his own, you probably has a Palm.
Well, hold on, folks. We have some new tools in the argument, okay? It should be possible for people like you to sit down and make a Excel spreadsheet, if you have to, argument to your companies and say, look, this is the cost of making Bill Gates richer. This is the cost of making Steve Jobs richer. Which would you rather pay?
Or how about?
If you're using Excel, it's Bill Gates.
Or how about is the best tool for the
Yeah.
job at the moment?
Exactly, yeah.
There's is getting rich, is the best tool for the job.
Well, so let me say something on that. Years and years ago, like when I was advising school systems and states on what to buy and stuff like this, I said something, which I believe is true to a first approximation. And that was, this is in the days of Apple IIs, Kremenkos, PETs, you know, the nightmare goes on. And I said, don't choose a hardware platform. Find the software you need to run, and then run the OSs and the hardware platforms that run that software. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now I seem to effectively be arguing the inverse of that argument, right? And that's the cost of running Windows is so high, find any argument you can to run something else. And of course, where this breaks down is when we have people say, oh, well, it takes me too long to learn, and therefore I'm too afraid, therefore you have to provide me with Bill Gates' software. Is that,
Excuse me. Bill Gates' software is still real cheap compared to the cost of one person's salary and benefits for a year. It's like, worst case, if the person's a college graduate, maybe 10 or 20% of the cost of just being employed for the year. So what you're saying is that, and I'm not trying to defend Windows, we should give less than 10% of the person's salary to giving them tools to do his job well.
actually, I think I'm arguing to give a little more money up front to Steve Jobs and less money to the IT departments in the long run to keep the mess clean.
Let me see if I can put my argument in a specific sense. In order for, say, WinSec to get wide...
WaveSec.
WaveSec. In order to get...
WinSec. Bill makes more money!
No, WinSec is me blowing hot air at you.